Chapter 504. The short-haired, red-eyed youth frowned and quickly pulled out the two blades at his waist. Whoosh! A ray of sword light flashed past, and the sharp sword Chi slaughtered, cutting the spotted bird above into two halves. "No, I'm going to kill you," the young girl said angrily. However, before the three of them could react, for terrifying sword energies fell from the sky. Black flame, fire dragon sword. The giant sword energy burned with black flames and quickly fell from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void twisted and ignited, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. In an instant, the three disciples of the moon embracing pavilion were surrounded by a sea of fire and terrifying sword energy. A violent energy flow formed within 100-meter radius. Bang! The three figures flew out in a sorry state, and their bodies were charred black. The clothes of the young girl in the black dress were torn, revealing most of her snow-white skin. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she was completely unaware and stared at Lin Xian with vicious eyes. "Brat, I'm going to cut off all your limbs and make you wish you were dead." The other two youths' faces were also dark. They were powerful spirit-detecting realm cultivators, but they were defeated by a late-stage spirit transformation realm brat. If this spread out, they would have no face to live. Lin Xian floated down, but there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. These three people were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Even with the violent black dragon sword, it only injured the three of them a little. He originally thought he could kill two of them. It seemed like the disciples of the moon embracing pavilion were indeed not ordinary. "Damn brat, you dare to use underhanded methods. I'm going to kill you," the burly man roared. "No wonder Su Qing and Wang Qi were killed by you. You are indeed sinister." The short-haired, red-eyed youth was filled with killing intent. "Underhanded methods?" Lin Xian sneered. "Can't I make a move and have to wait for the three of you to kill me? Your head must have been kicked by a donkey. You're courting death." The three of them were filled with killing intent, forming a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Xian. "Brat, no matter what tricks you play, you won't be able to escape death." The short-haired, red-eyed youth sneered. The two blades in his hand quickly spun, forming a terrifying blade energy in the sky. The blue starlight pattern on the man's arm flashed, forming a huge starlight pattern in the sky. Lin Xian's heart grew heavy as he was covered by the star diagrams. Truthfully speaking, the strength of these two people was above Su Qing. Moreover, if the three of them worked together, they would most likely be able to unleash their combat prowess to the maximum. However, Lin Xian was still not afraid. He had just broken through and needed a big battle to test his strength. "Let me see what qualifications you disciples of 6-star sects have to be so arrogant." Lin Xian gripped the wind shadow sword with his right hand, his sharp sword intent ready to be unleashed. "Die!" The short-haired, red-eyed man waved his arms and quickly swung his two red blades. Two scarlet saber lights appeared in the sky, emitting a sonorous sound that could shake one's soul. Bang, bang, bang. The air exploded as the blood-red saber light slashed down like a blood-red river, bringing with it a baleful aura as it slashed towards Lin Xian. Before the blood-red blade aura even got close, Lin Xian could feel the blood in his body churning, as if it was about to burst out of his body. What a strange blade aura. It seems to be able to devour a person's blood essence. Lin Xian was shocked. He used the great dragon sword intent and quickly cut off the connection between the two. Then, with a tap of his foot, he formed an afterimage on the spot and dodged to the side. The long blade slashed down, destroying the afterimage left by Lin Xian. Moreover, it spread open the ground, forming a terrifying trench. What was even more terrifying was that the flowers and trees on both sides of the trench quickly withered and lost their vitality. What a terrifying blade aura. It actually has a destructive aura. Lin Xian was shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed man's blade aura was too strange. It should be related to his blade intent. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm martial artist of the same level would not dare to take this attack head-on, as expected of a disciple of a 6-star sect. This kind of strength had already surpassed the peerless geniuses of the Tiannan region. It was only because he had an Earth-class movement technique that he could dodge. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have been sucked dry by the blade aura. Whoosh! Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and quickly used the wind and thunder sword drawing technique. On the blade, wind and thunder sword aura filled the air and slashed towards the short-haired, red-eyed man. The short-haired, red-eyed man sneered and waved his 2 blades, slashing out 2 blood-red blade auras again. The sword auras and blade auras clashed, forming a terrifying aura. The wind howled and thunder surged. The power of wind and thunder was violent, quickly tearing apart the blood-red blade auras. The blood-red blade auras flashed with a strange red light, absorbing the energy of the wind and thunder sword auras. Seeing the strange blade auras, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Destroy! The great dragon sword intent of 80% fire monkey suddenly erupted, and a sharp aura enveloped the surroundings. The great dragon sword intent was an offensive saint art that could destroy everything. It was also the nemesis of this kind of evil power. In an instant, a terrifying crack appeared on the blood-red blade auras. The wind and thunder sword auras found an opening and quickly tore apart the blood-red blade auras. Boom! Boom! There was a violent explosion. The 2 blood-red blade auras in the sky split apart and scattered on the ground like glass shards. What? He can actually break my blood-sucking blade intent? The short-haired, red-eyed man was slightly stunned, and then his expression became abnormally cold. He was horrified and shouted loudly, "This kid is very strange. Attack together, don't let him escape." Hearing this, the girl in the black dress and the strong man were both shocked. The short-haired, red-eyed young man was known as the Blood Demon Swordsman. His blood-sucking blade intent was extremely terrifying. However, such a terrifying person couldn't take down a kid at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. This made the 2 of them feel like they were dreaming. No matter how strange you are, I won't let you escape. The strong man's arms shook, and the blue star orb in the sky shone brightly. One after another, huge meteorites appeared from the blue star orb and quickly fell. Boom! 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 The huge meteorites burned, and the blue aura cut through the void and smashed down like mountains. That aura made Lin Xian's body stiffen, and he felt like he was being crushed. This blue star orb could simulate the scene of meteorites falling from the sky. It was indeed shocking. Although they were not real meteorites, their power was no weaker than real ones. If they were hit, it would be difficult for a spirit-detecting realm martial artist to escape. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind countless afterimages in the air. His speed was so fast that people couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Lin Xian didn't choose to fight head-on. After all, the other party was a spirit-detecting realm martial artist and had the ability to challenge those at a higher level. He could only dodge and attack them one by one. The strength displayed by the 2 young men was freakish, so Lin Xian set his sights on the young girl. It seemed that the girl was good at tracking and hadn't shown any other strength. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He swung his sword with all his strength. Wind, thunder, cut! The power of wind and thunder fused, forming a terrifying sword chi that slashed toward the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress sneered, took out an animal skin bag and shook it quickly. Buzz! Buzz! Dense black shadows flew out of the animal skin bag and quickly flew toward Lin Xian. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled. Chapter 505. Lin Xian used his eye technique and found that they were all fingernail-sized bugs. These insects flew onto the wind and lightning sword Qi and quickly gnawed on it. Soon, the wind and lightning sword Qi was completely destroyed. What kind of bugs are these? They can actually gnaw away sword energy? Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. At this moment, the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth attacked again. Lin Xian patted his storage belt and summoned the Snow-White Monkey and Little Gold to fight against the strange bugs in the sky. He fought against the robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth. Seeing Lin Xian summon two demonic beasts, the black-dressed girl sneered disdainfully. "You dare to fight against my gold-devouring bugs? Just wait for your death." With that, he waved his arm and controlled the bugs in the sky to attack the Snow-White Monkey and Little Gold. The Snow-White Monkey stood on Little Gold's head and kept jumping. When Little Gold saw the bugs in the sky, it squawked excitedly. It opened its mouth, and with a flash of golden light, it swallowed a small group of bugs into its body. "You're courting death. You dare to eat the gold-devouring bugs." The black-dressed girl sneered. However, after a while, Little Gold still didn't show any abnormalities. Impossible! The gold-devouring bugs are invulnerable to swords and water and fire. How could they be digested? The black-dressed girl couldn't believe it. In the end, her face became gloomy and terrifying, because she was sure that the other party had indeed swallowed her gold-devouring bugs. What kind of monster is this frog? She felt a trace of fear in her heart. In the past, once she used the gold-devouring bugs. Even spirit-detecting realm martial artists could only run away. But she didn't expect that her ultimate move would fail this time. The Snow-White Monkey jumped, and only Little Gold ran toward the black-dressed girl. On the side, Lin Xian used his movement technique to fight against the two. The robust man and the short-haired, red-eyed youth became angrier as they fought. They had strength, but couldn't use it at all. Because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed, they still couldn't hurt Lin Xian. There was no other way. Lin Xian was too fast, comparable to a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It was far from what the two of them could contend with. "Ah, despicable brat, if you have the guts, don't run. Let's fight face to face." The two of them roared madly. This feeling was too stifling. Lin Xian sneered, but he was thinking in his heart, "That short-haired youth has the blood-sucking blade intent, which can be broken by the devouring sword. As for that robust man's blue star pattern, it can be broken by the black dragon flame." After wandering around for such a long time, he had already figured out the strength of the two. Therefore, it was time to counterattack. "Why can't we have a head-on battle?" Lin Xian stopped and laughed heartily. A mere spirit transformation realm cultivator dares to be so presumptuous? You're courting death. Now that you've lost your speed, I'll kill you in one move. The short-haired, red-eyed man brandished his twin blades, forming a huge cross-shaped, blood-colored blade aura. The strong man fused with the blue starlight pattern in the sky, and his body grew taller out of thin air, forming a blue giant. He stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack. Countless blue lights flashed and flew out from the ground like waves. Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew with the wind. A pitch-black, long sword appeared above his head. There were vortex-like patterns on it, and at first glance it looked like a black hole. Devouring sword. A pitch-black sword emitting an endless vortex floated above Lin Xian's head. The appearance of the devouring sword caused the surrounding space to tremble. It was as if an endless black hole was constantly floating. Anything that got close to the black vortex would be devoured. This was the first time Lin Xian used the devouring sword in front of everyone. The effect was indeed shocking. Although the blood-colored, cross-shaped blade aura was extremely powerful, it quickly dimmed when it got close to the devouring sword. In front of the devouring sword, the blood-sucking blade aura's ability to devour blood was extremely weak and not worth mentioning. It was like an ant and a dinosaur. The difference was very obvious. In the next moment, the blood-sucking cross-blade aura was devoured by the devouring sword. At the same time, Lin Xian used the black dragon flame sword again. This time, the 80% sword intent merged with the black dragon flame sword, forming a terrifying sword aura that slashed toward the muscular man. The black dragon flame sword carried endless heat and terrifying sword intent as it slashed the blue giant. The situation was like a raging fire meeting ice. The blue giant quickly melted and finally burst into flames. What? Impossible! Almost instantly, the short-haired, red-eyed young man and the muscular man screamed at the same time. Their attacks were countered at the same time, and their opponent was only a late-stage spirit transformation realm kid. Damn it, who is this kid? How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? What is that pitch-black sword? It can even devour my blood-sucking blade aura, and that black flame seems to be able to wipe out everything. For a moment, the two of them were terrified. Don't hold back anymore. Quickly use all your strength and kill this kid, the short-haired, red-eyed young man said in a deep voice. Okay, the muscular man nodded in agreement. Then the blue light on his body shone brightly, forming a star pattern as if he was wearing a star battle armor. The red light in the short-haired, red-eyed man's eyes became even more intense. He was like a blood-sucking demon as he revealed a strange, evil smile. In the next moment, he slashed his body with both blades. Blood poured into the blades, emitting a dazzling light. An extremely strong smell of blood gushed out. The blades seemed to have turned into blood as they flowed slowly. Go to hell! The short-haired, red-eyed man smiled evilly as he waved his blades, forming a blood-colored vortex. However, Lin Xian sneered. He controlled the devouring sword and rushed over. Swoosh! The devouring sword disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the short-haired, red-eyed man. Uft! The devouring sword stabbed into the short-haired, red-eyed man's back like cutting tofu. It did not stop at all. Then the short-haired, red-eyed young man's body started to bleed rapidly. His body quickly shriveled and turned into a human skin that floated to the ground. Blood demon! The muscular man and the black-dressed girl screamed, their faces full of fear. They did not expect the most powerful blood demon swordsman to die in an instant. The opponent's means were too terrifying. It seemed like his ability to devour blood was several times stronger than the blood demon. In an instant, the blood demon had lost all of his essence blood. The devouring sword is indeed powerful, but it consumes too much of my soul. Lin Xian sighed. In just a moment, he had used half of his soul power. It seemed that with his current cultivation, he was still unable to fully use the devouring sword. However, Lin Xian was very satisfied with the devouring sword effect. The powerful blood demon swordsman, who was at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm, could not resist at all. In other words, if he used the devouring sword, he could easily kill a martial artist at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. In the distance, the muscular man and the black-dressed girl were terrified. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. That black vortex sword was too strange. It seemed to be able to devour everything. In addition, Lin Xian also had the terrifying black flames. With so many trump cards, they had no chance of killing Lin Xian. There was even a high chance that they would be killed by him. Chapter 506. Let's go! The sturdy man shouted, not wanting to continue fighting. Even the strongest blood demon swordsman had died. He and the girl in the black dress were no match for him. Moreover, the black dragon flame had already severely injured him. If he continued to fight, he would probably end up like the blood demon swordsman. In an instant, the two of them fled. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold, like a killing god. You have to think clearly. We are disciples of the Moon Pavilion. If you kill us, you will become an enemy of the Moon Pavilion. That's right. If you let us go now, I promise we will write off the grudge between us." The girl in the black dress also screamed, "I promise I won't chase after you any more." "So I should let you go and thank you?" Lin Xian sneered. "You came aggressively to kill me. Now that you can't beat me, you want to make up? How can there be such an easy thing in the world? Or are your brains stuck in the door?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. He didn't plan to let the two of them go. Since they wanted to kill him, they had to pay the price. "Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Seeing that he couldn't escape, the sturdy man had a ruthless look in his eyes. The blue light on his body shone brightly, and a blue star pattern flickered. Star fist. The sturdy man waved his fist, wanting to fight to the death. However, his fist was only halfway out when he felt his arms go cold. A stream of hot blood sprayed onto his face. The next moment, the heart-wrenching pain made him scream crazily. It was too fast. He didn't even see Lin Xian's sword light clearly before he lost his arms. Under the combined attack of the black dragon flame and 80% sword intent, his defense was like tofu. It had no effect at all. "Let's die together." The sturdy man knew there was no chance of survival. He began to burn his essence, blood, and spiritual qi, preparing to self-destruct. His body gradually expanded. The blue light in his body shone brightly. His body expanded rapidly like a rubber ball. A violent and abnormal energy gradually rose. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian's expression was cold. His long sword pierced out as fast as lightning. His originally inflated body suddenly became like a deflated balloon, loosening up. Powerless. There was no way. The muscular man was dumbfounded. In front of Lin Xian, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. The last sword light flashed, and the head of the muscular man flew out. On the other side, the girl in the black dress was completely stunned when she saw the scene. She stopped resisting and quickly collected the remaining gold, devouring beetles in the sky. "Don't kill me. Please spare my life." He begged for mercy. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his arm. At this moment, the clouds in the sky churned, and a huge head slowly took shape, looking down with cold eyes. Lin Xian's heart trembled. He felt a cold and indifferent aura coming from above. "Divine Bird Palace." The girl in the black dress also exclaimed, "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed at the center of the young man's eyebrows. A ball of black dragon flames entered the girl's body and quickly formed a black flame imprint between her eyebrows. For a moment, the black-dressed girl thought that she was dead, but in the next moment, she realized that she was still alive. However, there was a layer of flame restriction in her body. "Don't act rashly. I can turn you into ashes with just a thought," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then he put away the snow-white monkey and Xiao Jin and quickly left with the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress had naturally seen the power of the black dragon flames. Therefore, she didn't dare to act rashly and could only let Lin Xian pull her away. However, in her heart, she was extremely nervous. As a beautiful girl, now that she had fallen into the hands of a cold-blooded and ruthless enemy, she was afraid that it wouldn't be any better than death. For a moment, various terrifying scenes appeared in her mind, and she was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Xian didn't care what the girl in the black dress was thinking. He used the illusory demon steps, raised his speed to the limit, and quickly left the area. The reason why he left was because of the huge head above his head. According to the image, he could already tell that it was a bird's head. Coupled with the girl in the black dress's words, Lin Xian was sure that this was the work of the Divine Bird Palace. He and the Divine Bird Palace were sworn enemies. The other party must have used this method to search for him. The aura that the head gave off was too terrifying. It was most likely above the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian couldn't fight against such an aura at the moment. Although he could kill early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it would still be a bit difficult for him to kill mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. The difference between each stage of the spirit-detecting realm was huge. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist could easily kill several early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. For safety's sake, Lin Xian chose to retreat. The huge head in the sky became more and more solid. Its cold eyes seemed to come alive as it stared down at the area below. 100 miles away, there was a group of people standing in a valley. There were a few people in the group wearing colorful robes with pictures of birds and beasts. These people had arrogant expressions and looked high and mighty. The surrounding young martial artists respectfully stood to the side, including Black 3 Chu Feng and the others. At this moment, there was a blurry image in front of these people. There were two corpses in the image. It was the strong man and the short-haired young man killed by Lin Xian. When the martial artists behind them saw this image, they all sucked in a cold breath. Isn't this the Moon-Embracing Pavilion's Star Fist and Blood Demon Saber artist? They were actually killed. Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked, and their faces turned pale. These two people were at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. When the two of them worked together, they could even fight against a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Such a character was actually killed. They were extremely shocked. Not long ago, they reported Lin Xian's matter to the Divine Bird Palace, which attracted the attention of the Divine Bird Palace. Then, the Divine Bird Palace used the aura left behind by Black 3 and Chu Feng to track Lin Xian. The image should show the last moment of Lin Xian's departure. From the battle traces in the image, the person you are talking about should be a swordsman who specializes in fire attacks. If he did it alone, then he should have the strength of a mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. A disciple of the Divine Bird Palace analyzed. Hearing this, Black 3 Chu Feng and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit transforming realm. But they didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. For a moment, they felt very lucky to have escaped from Lin Xian. Senior Brother Jiu, it's not that I want to question you, but according to the Tianfeng Sect's information, that young man seems to only be at the mid-stage of the spirit transforming realm. How could such a person kill the Star Fist and Blood Demon Saber artist? Yes, could he have a powerful helper? The other martial artists didn't believe it either. Geniuses could indeed fight above their level, but at most, they could only fight above one level. It was rare to fight above one's level, and it was impossible to fight above so many levels. Therefore, everyone would rather believe that the mysterious young man must have a powerful helper. However, the young man called Senior Brother Jiu shook his head. Chapter 507. He pointed to the image and said, "Look, the sword marks and flame marks on the ground are obviously from the same person." Obviously, the mysterious boy had no helpers. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of combat power was terrifying. "Senior Jiu, what should we do?" The others asked. "We must find this person, no matter what," Senior Jiu said in a deep voice. "This person is not from our three forces, nor is he a native of the lost place. Then it's very strange that he came here. He must have a way to avoid the restriction spell of the lost place and enter here. If we can master it, you can imagine the benefits." Everyone was excited, especially the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, with a trace of madness in their eyes. Although they were a 6-star sect, it was not easy to enter the lost place because of the very strict level and quota restrictions. Even the Divine Bird Palace only had about 30 quotas. However, if they could master other ways to enter the lost place, it would be a great fortune for the divine bird palace. At that time, the lost place would completely become the treasure of the divine bird palace. They could obtain endless precious resources, and if they were lucky, they might even be promoted to a 7-star sect. The key to all of this was the mysterious boy. Therefore, catching the mysterious boy was the most important thing besides finding the soul's word beast. Has junioring arrived? Senior Joe asked. Not yet, but soon. We sent a message to senioring as soon as we received the news. He must be on his way here now. Yes. Senior Joe nodded. Junior Ying's tracking skill is the best among us. With him, he should be able to find the mysterious boy. When the time comes, you will be responsible for catching him. While the people in the valley were waiting, Lin Xian was also moving quickly. The girl in the black dress followed Lin Xian all the way. She was getting more and more frightened. Finally, she gathered her courage and said, I advise you to turn yourself in. You have offended both the Moon Pavilion and the Divine Bird Palace. No one can escape. Lin Xian turned back and looked at the girl in the black dress coldly. Suddenly, the girl in the black dress trembled and even slowed down a lot. How do you know I offended the Divine Bird Palace? That huge projection just now should be the Divine Bird Palace's secret detection technique. Using that kind of secret technique should consume a lot of energy. If it's not an emergency, the people of Divine Bird Palace generally won't use it. However, they used such an extremely exhausting secret technique on you. You must be the person they're looking for. You must have killed the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't be looking for you so frantically. Oh, looks like you're pretty smart. Lin Xian slowed down and walked side by side with the girl in the black dress. Then he revealed a playful smile. Guess what I'm going to do next? Seeing Lin Xian's mischievous smile, the black-dressed girl's heart trembled. Then, her expression became flustered. Her small hands clutched her dress tightly, and her face was as red as an apple. I'm warning you, don't act recklessly. I would rather die than submit. I beg you, let me go. I swear I won't tell anyone about your whereabouts. Idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Let me ask you, how is your tracking technique? How is it compared to the Divine Bird Palace? Seeing that Lin Xian didn't do anything excessive, the black-dressed girl was relieved. Then she raised her chin and proudly said, Their tracking technique is only based on their secret technique and bloodline. In terms of true strength, they're definitely not as good as me. Then, you must have a way to avoid their tracking? They really are looking for you, the black-dressed girl exclaimed. Lin Xian didn't answer her and continued, If you do well, I might consider letting you go. Fine. The black-dressed girl gritted her teeth and said. Her body was sealed by the black flame seal, so she could only obey. In the following time, the black-dressed girl began to use all her strength to avoid their tracking. She sprinkled some kind of pollen on Lin Xian's body to conceal his presence. She also cleaned up the path they were taking. Her technique was very professional. Seeing this, Lin Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. Sure enough, in the next 3 days, the giant head in the sky didn't appear. This made Lin Xian feel a lot more at ease. But on the 4th day, the divine bird's head appeared in the sky again. Above the forest, a pair of cold eyes scanned the area below. Why did it appear again? Lin Xian frowned and looked coldly at the black-dressed girl. It should be the Divine Bird Palace's Ingwuji. He's the disciple with the strongest tracking ability in the Divine Bird Palace. But don't worry, with me here, he definitely won't be able to find you. Then the black-dressed girl began to sprinkle some powder and some strange insects, setting up a strange array around them. Sure enough, the giant projection in the sky quickly scanned the area and didn't lock onto Lin Xian. In this regard, Lin Xian looked at the black-dressed girl in surprise. Even the strongest detection disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't detect his position. It seems that the black-dressed girl's tracking ability was really strong. She should be an important disciple in the moon-embracing pavilion. In the next few days, the projection appeared several times, but Lin Xian avoided it very well. However, the other party didn't seem to give up and continued to search for him. It seems that they know my identity, Lin Xian thought. In the end, he decided to take the initiative to attack. No matter what, he and the Divine Bird Palace were already mortal enemies. He had a grudge with the moon-embracing pavilion. He killed the ordinary disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. Although there was a grudge, it wasn't unresolvable. But the Divine Bird Palace was different. He killed the other party's disciples. They were the core disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. So the grudge between Lin Xian and the Divine Bird Palace couldn't be resolved. For such an enemy, Lin Xian would never be soft. If he wasn't cruel, the other party would be cruel and kill him. Can you find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples? Lin Xian asked. What do you want to do? The black-dressed girl was puzzled. What do you think? The other party is bullying people. Of course I have to kill them. Hearing this, the black-dressed girl was shocked. The Divine Bird Palace was a 6-star sect, stronger than the moon-embracing pavilion. If an ordinary person provoked such a force, they would definitely run for their lives. They wouldn't be like Lin Xian, still thinking about how to fight back. This is also good. I'll let this madman fight with the Divine Bird Palace. When both sides are injured, I'll have a chance to escape. The black-dressed girl thought in her heart. Don't worry, I can definitely find the location of the Divine Bird Palace disciples for you. Next, according to Lin Xian's request, the black-dressed girl began to track down the Divine Bird Palace disciples who were alone or weaker. The primeval forest of the Lost Land was really vast, as if it was endless. Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl ran all the way, carefully avoiding all kinds of wild beasts heading west. There, the black-dressed girl found 2 Divine Bird Palace disciples at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. The 2 of them ran quickly, but at this time, the snow-white little monkey suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's hair. Chapter 508. It had a small bowl on its head and its paws were pointing to the left. Lin Xian was very familiar with the little white monkey's actions. It meant that there was a treasure on the left. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian said to the girl in the black dress behind him. The girl in the black dress was slightly stunned. She did not know why Lin Xian changed direction. However, with her current status, she could only follow silently. Not long after they walked to the left, a pungent smell of blood came from the forest in front of them. The 2 of them slowed down, hid their figures, and looked into the distance. In front of them, 2 beasts were fighting crazily. One of them was a giant elephant with a body as white as jade. It was dozens of meters tall, and its legs were like heavenly pillars. Every move it made was earth-shattering. Its pair of long elephant trunks were even more majestic. They were like the Milky Way, dancing nonstop. The one fighting with it was a 2-meter-long winged panther. Although the winged panther was very small compared to the white jade elephant, no one dared to underestimate it, because its aura was abnormally strong, even stronger than the white jade elephant. Behind the winged panther, there was a pair of 1-meter-long blue wings. There was a blue aura flowing on it, emitting a mysterious aura. With a flap of its wings, the winged panther quickly rushed toward the white jade elephant. Its speed shocked Lin Xian. Suddenly, another great battle broke out. Lin Xian's eyes darted about as he quickly searched the area. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Under a giant tree nearby, there was a fist-sized golden mushroom. This should be the reason why the 2 beasts were fighting. At this moment, the girl in the black dress also saw the fist-sized golden mushroom and exclaimed, "It is said that the golden mushroom is a sacred medicine for body refinement. It can greatly enhance one's physique and strengthen a martial artist's defense." This golden mushroom is at least a 2,000-year-old fire monkey. If consumed, it will definitely make a qualitative leap in one's body. No wonder the two ninth-rank beasts are so crazy. Not to mention them, even venerables in the outside world would be tempted if they saw the golden mushroom. The girl in the black dress sighed. With her status, she was not fated to have such a treasure. Moreover, even if his identity was free, he wouldn't dare to go. This was because the two demonic beasts fighting before her both had the strength of a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. A casual attack from them could tear her apart. Could it be that you want to take action? The girl in the black dress asked in a low voice. Then she felt a little excited. If Lin Xian was killed by the two demonic beasts midway, that would be great. This way, she would be able to regain her freedom and return to the sect. Lin Xian nodded, then warned, "Don't move around. Just stay there obediently." Then he patted the little white monkey and prepared to find an opportunity to attack. However, at this moment, the air in front of him fluctuated again. The battle situation had changed. A half-meter-long demon beast suddenly rushed out, rushing towards the golden spirit mushroom. That little beast was extremely peculiar. Its entire body was green, and the scales all over its body were like small swords that stood upright. At this moment, it was like a sword ray. Its speed was extremely fast. Seeing that someone was secretly making a move, the two demonic beasts roared furiously and pounced with all their might. At this moment, the girl in a black dress was shocked once more. Soul's word beast. Soul's word beast. Lin Xian was also stunned. This little thing was a soul's word beast. He carefully sensed and indeed felt a sharp sword intent in the little beast's body. It's very powerful. It's comparable to a greater success sword intent, as expected of a soul's word beast. It's so small, but it has such a sharp sword intent. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey and asked it to pick the golden spirit mushroom, while he ran towards the soul's word beast. The soul's word beast was extremely strange. It was a beast that everyone wanted to find. Now that he had seen it, how could he miss it? Lin Xian and the little white monkey turned into two streaks of lightning and attacked quickly. In an instant, the little white monkey arrived in front of the golden spirit mushroom and covered it with its shabby little bowl. Immediately, the soul's word beast and the other two demonic beasts went crazy, especially the soul's word beast. At this moment, it was the closest to the golden spirit mushroom, but the little white monkey was one step ahead of it. Roar! It was so angry that it roared. Its body emitted a dazzling light, and countless sword rays shot in all directions. The sword chi was so terrifying that it pierced through the void. However, the little white monkey was too fast. It held the shabby little bowl and grinned at the soul's word beast. Then it turned into a streak of white light and shuttled back and forth among the sword rays. Lin Xian also activated his sword chi. It twisted in the air and formed into sword threads that shrouded the soul's word beast. Sword silk. Bam! The soul's word beast was enraged. It activated its sword rays again. The two sword chi collided in the air like two metals hitting each other. However, Lin Xian was determined to catch the soul's word beast. Therefore, he quickly used the sword of devouring to devour the sword rays. At the same time, the black dragon flame in his hand danced and formed a large black net that covered the soul's word beast. The soul's word beast was shocked when the sword rays were absorbed. It immediately turned around and ran. A streak of light flashed across the void. It was so fast that it disappeared into the forest in an instant. Lin Xian wanted to chase after it, but he realized that the white jade giant elephant and the blue-winged divine leopard were already pouncing on him. Terrifying demonic aura filled the air and wanted to tear him apart. "Let's go!" Lin Xian shouted. He fled into the distance. With his current strength, he was still unable to compete with these two demonic beasts. Hearing Lin Yushuan's order, the girl in the black dress did not hesitate and quickly fled. Behind her, the two demonic beasts roared into the sky. The white jade giant elephant's long trunk sucked in all the spirit chi within a kilometer radius. A huge energy ball quickly formed. A terrifying aura came from behind. The air was turbulent and trembling. The energy ball grew bigger and bigger until it was the size of a small house. Boom! The white jade giant elephant's trunk suddenly shrank. The energy ball quickly exploded, and a white beam of light as thick as a mountain shot out. Everywhere it passed, trees and rocks were all shattered. Not good. Lin Xian sensed the terrifying energy behind him. He increased his speed to the maximum. Beside him, the girl in the black dress was so scared that her face turned pale. With her cultivation at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she could not dodge this attack. At the critical moment, a strong hand grabbed her and quickly brought her away. Whoosh! Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The aftermath of the energy spread out rapidly. Lin Xian took the girl in the black dress and flew away like a sword beam. This explosion was very shocking. It alarmed all the martial artists nearby. Instantly, countless soul perception probed out at high speed. There were also many people who moved. Usually, when such a huge explosion occurred, something big would happen. However, before they could get close, they saw a dazzling sword ray flying out from the explosion. Someone's there? Let's go take a look. 3 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm moved and chased after the sword beam. Roar! At this moment, another angry roar came from behind them. A terrifying blue light flashed like blue lightning. One could vaguely see that it was a divine leopard with blue wings on its back. The pair of blue wings streaked across the sky and enveloped the 3 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm. Puff! 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 The 3 martial artists at the early stage of the spirit detection realm stiffened and then split in half. Chapter 509. Inside the hidden cave. The girl in the black dress sat on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Thinking about what had just happened, she felt a wave of fear. That terrifying energy beam and the blue-winged divine leopard could have killed her countless times over. However, she still survived. Of course, she had to thank the youth beside her. Lin Xian's face was also a bit pale. After all, it was not easy to escape from a demonic beast with the strength of a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. If not for his status as an Earth realm cultivator, he would have been seriously injured and on the verge of death. However, it was worth it to take such a big risk, because he had obtained the golden spirit mushroom. With this sacred medicine, his golden lightning body would be able to take another step forward. At that time, with his defense, he would not need to fear a middle-stage, spirit-detecting realm cultivator. He turned around and said to the girl in the black dress, "Go out and protect me. Remember, don't play any tricks." Then he released the little white monkey to protect him. The girl in the black dress walked out of the cave with a heavy heart and sat on a nearby rock. She rested her chin on her hands and struggled internally. There was no need to think. Lin Xian was definitely going to use the golden spirit mushroom. Once he started to refine it, he would definitely go all out and would not be able to pay attention to the outside world. This was the best time for her to escape. However, if she failed or was caught again, death would await her. The girl in the black dress struggled internally for a long time. In the end, she gritted her teeth and decided to go all out. She did not want to be Lin Xian's slave forever. However, before she could move, the palm-sized little white monkey had already jumped onto her shoulder. The shiny dagger in its hand swayed back and forth in front of her eyes. The terrifying cold light caused ripples to appear in the air. The girl in the black dress stiffened and immediately gave up on the idea of escaping. That dagger made her heart skip a beat. Furthermore, she had also witnessed the little white monkey's terrifying speed, which was even faster than Lin Xian's. In front of this speed, She had no chance of escaping. The girl in the black dress squeezed out an ugly smile, and then sat down on the rock with a disappointed expression. Do I have to be controlled by this little thief for the rest of my life? She was unwilling. The reason Lin Xian hadn't killed her yet was because she had the ability to track and counter-track. If Lin Xian didn't need this ability in the future, he would probably kill her immediately. The girl in the black dress looked at the snow-white monkey, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. This little monkey is also a demonic beast. If I can tame it, wouldn't I be able to regain my freedom immediately? When he thought of this, hope rose in his heart once again. Her tracking ability was very strong, but it was all with the help of various mystical beasts, so strictly speaking, she was a beast tamer. She was an expert in beast taming. Even if it was a strange demonic beast like the little snow-white monkey, she had confidence in it. Thus, she began to try to tame the little white monkey. However, what surprised her was that this little white monkey didn't look like a demonic beast at all. It looked more like a cunning human. There were few times when she thought that she had already tamed the little monkey, but in the end, she was always played by the little monkey. In the end, she almost had a nervous breakdown. The girl in the black dress simply gave up and obediently stayed there. On the 5th day, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came out of the cave, and a golden light rippled out. The girl in the black dress suddenly turned around and stood up nervously. She only saw a flash of light, and a golden figure appeared, like a golden god of war. Every move of his brought with it an astonishing pressure. Then the golden light dissipated, and the figure of the handsome young man appeared again. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He spent 5 days to completely absorb and refine the golden spirit mushroom, increasing the power of the golden thunder body to another level. Now he could already contend with the attack of a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. The little snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's shoulder. It began to babble and make gestures. From time to time, it would give pointers to the girl in the black dress. The girl in the black dress trembled. There was a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian's slightly cold eyes looked at her. The girl in the black dress nervously held her small hands, not knowing what to say. Okay, let's quickly find the disciple of the divine bird palace. Lin Xian was not angry. He had just broken through the golden thunder body and was in a good mood, so naturally he would not bicker with the girl in the black dress. And he needed her tracking ability. Okay, the girl in the black dress breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used her tracking ability to find the disciple of the divine bird palace. Half a day later, Lin Xian and the little monkey came to a mountain stream. He and the girl in the black dress hid in the dense forest, looking ahead. In the distance, 2 figures were running, as if they were looking for something. These 2 people wore colorful robes and were about 20 years old. Their auras were strong, and their cultivation was at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. Lin Xian carefully checked and found that there were no other martial artists around except for the 2 of them. Then he left the little monkey to look after the girl in the black dress, and his body flew out like a shadow. In the distant mountain stream, the 2 young men were searching and chatting. Life is getting harder and harder. It was already troublesome enough to find the soul sword beast, and now we have to find the mysterious swordsman. Humph, no matter if we can find the soul sword beast or not, we must find the mysterious swordsman. Damn it, I have to work so hard. When I catch him, I will torture him. Don't worry, I will make him suffer. The 2 of them were obviously very dissatisfied. At this moment, a sword light burst out. Blood splashed and a head flew up. The martial artist on the left fell down. Who is it? You are courting death. How dare you kill a disciple of the divine bird palace? The martial artist on the right shouted angrily, and at the same time he quickly fled into the distance. He and the dead disciple were about the same strength. If the other party could kill his companion in one move, then he could also kill him in one move. However, in the next moment he suddenly stopped, because a figure in front of him blocked his way. "You, who are you? How dare you kill a disciple of the Divine Bird Palace? Are you not afraid of death? If I don't kill you, will you let me go?" Lin Xian sneered. You are the mysterious swordsman." The cultivator suddenly came to his senses and screamed. He instantly sent out a signal, but before it could rise, it was cut down by the sword. "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We don't necessarily want to catch you. We can cooperate. If you can tell us the way to enter the Lost Land, we will definitely gain a lot of benefits." The martial artist began to tempt Lin Xian with benefits. Lin Xian smiled, and the murderous aura on his body became stronger. He did not believe that the Divine Bird Palace would be so kind as to share this huge benefit with him. Moreover, he and the Divine Bird Palace had an irreconcilable hatred. This was not known to the disciple of the Divine Bird Palace, but his intentions were not good. Seeing Lin Xian gradually approaching, he suddenly burst out, and a purple flame appeared on his palms, and suddenly blasted forward. Chapter 510. The purple palm condensed and turned into a fierce light that blasted forward. Boom! As the palm fell, purple flames danced and blasted onto Lin Xian's body. Like a thunderclap, the void trembled and the surrounding spiritual energy roared. In the distance, the girl in the black dress covered her mouth with her small hands, not daring to make a sound. However, she was secretly delighted. If this terrifying force hit a vital point, Lin Xian would be seriously injured no matter how strong he was. At that time, she would be able to remove the restriction and regain her freedom. The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered, "Haha, little thief, let's see how you die." This palm was enough to injure a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. That kid's cultivation was obviously not in the spirit detecting realm, so he would definitely die. However, before he could finish his beautiful fantasy, a golden palm had already caught him. What? Impossible! The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace trembled and screamed. The figure in front of him was covered in golden light as if he was wearing golden armor. He was extraordinarily handsome. He was stunned. That palm had landed on Lin Xian's body without causing any damage. Impossible! How can his defense be so strong? The disciple of the Divine Bird Palace couldn't believe that Lin Xian, a little martial artist in the spirit transformation realm, had a defense stronger than a martial artist in the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. He wanted to escape, but he didn't have the chance. The sharp blade broke through his defense, shattering his inner armor and piercing into his chest. He struggled with all his might, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. He wanted to tell his fellow disciples not to provoke this youth. However, he could only fall with endless unwillingness and fear. As expected of the golden spirit mushroom, it greatly increased my divine body's defense. Lin Xian was delighted. He was very satisfied with his current defense. His figure flickered, and he instantly appeared beside the girl in the black dress like a ghost. The girl in the black dress was startled and suddenly stood up. She was extremely nervous. "Looking at you, you seem very disappointed," Lin Shui said with a hint of ridicule. No. The girl in the black dress quickly shook her head. "Okay, let's continue looking for the remaining disciples of the Divine Bird Palace." Just like that, with the help of the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian began to hunt down the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace who were alone. Soon, news of this matter spread. The warriors of the major forces were shocked and started to guess the origin of the mysterious swordsman. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace roared in anger and even issued a kill order. They were a 6-star sect, the kings of this region. No one had ever dared to challenge them. Even Deity Sword Villa and Moon Pavilion of the same level did not dare to do such a thing. However, A weak swordsman actually dared to repeatedly kill their martial artists. This was undoubtedly a challenge to their dignity. So this time, the Divine Bird Palace was furious. They gathered all the affiliated sects and launched a large-scale search. For a moment, the lost land was filled with undercurrents, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The huge projection in the sky appeared even more frequently, almost capturing Lin Xian's tracks a few times. Fortunately, Lin Xian was able to escape with the girl in the black dress anti-tracking ability. At the same time, the Moon Embracing Pavilion was also searching for Lin Xian. After all, the other party had killed several of their disciples, and the people of the Moon Embracing Pavilion suspected that Lin Xian was able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Bird Palace again and again. And this expert might be their fellow disciple, the girl in the black dress, Zhao Ziqi. The two major forces made a move at the same time, and for a moment, Lin Xian was in the teeth of the storm. Almost everyone knew that a mysterious young man had come to the Lost Land. He was ferocious and dared to attack a six-star sect. However, Lin Xian did not attack at the moment. After several attacks, he successfully killed 5 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. He got a lot of precious treasures from the storage ring. At this moment, he was lying in the green pool, enjoying the effects of the treasures around him. On the side, the snow-white monkey was also holding the best quality spirit fruit and eating happily. The girl in the black dress was angrily arranging the food and roasting the wild beasts. "Damn thief, making me do this kind of work. Eat to death, eat to death." The girl in the black dress gritted her teeth and said, even though she was angry, she did not dare to have any thoughts of running away. After following Lin Xian for a few days, she had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying fighting strength. The Divine Bird Palace had a noble status, and their disciples were respected geniuses in the outside world. But in front of Lin Xian, they were like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. The people of the Divine Bird Palace searched for a few days, but they did not find any trace of Lin Xian. They were all furious. At this moment, they received another important message. The people of the Divine Sword Villa seemed to have found a new ruin. This news shocked the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace, and then they became ecstatic. There were many ancient ruins in the Lost Land, and there were many treasures in them. And this was a place that had never been found before, and there were even more treasures in it. Yi Linyan of the Divine Sword Villa. Zhu Moyan's expression was serious. Yi Linyan was the second genius of the Divine Sword Villa, and his cultivation had reached the late harmonious spirit realm. There was probably no one present who could contend against him, unless it was his 2 senior brothers. However, his 2 senior brothers were busy conquering other treasured lands, and they did not have time to come here. The 3 six-star sects that controlled the Lost Land had similar strength, but there was still a difference. Among them, the Divine Sword Villa was the strongest, especially the terrifying sword essence and the cold sword technique. Every disciple of the Deity Sword Villa attacked fiercely, decisively, and ruthlessly. Especially Yi Linyan, he only needed 1 move to kill. However, even though this genius was strong, he had a strange habit, and that was he liked to be alone. "Let's contact the Embracing Moon Pavilion and spread the news. I don't believe that Yi Linyan can fight against everyone. No matter what, we can't let the Divine Sword Villa take the treasured land for themselves." Under the lead of Senior Jiu, the people of the Divine Bird Palace began to move quickly. There was a strange ruin in the primitive forest. Most of the ancient ruins were damaged, but there was one that was still intact. The mottled city walls were filled with sword scars, and it was filled with the vicissitudes of history. The ancient city was huge, and it was hundreds of meters tall. It was like a small city, and it was very majestic. At this moment, there were several figures in front of the ancient city. His robes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His figure was tall and straight like a pine tree. The young man carried an ancient sword on his back and stood in the void. Just like that, he waited quietly without emitting any aura, as if he had merged into the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Countless rainbow-like rays of light quickly flew toward the giant city. In an instant, dozens of figures descended. The leader was none other than Dove, demonic flame from the divine bird palace. Yi Linian! The group of people looked nervously at the white figure in front of them. No one dared to step forward, not even the Dove demonic flame. The young man in white with the ancient sword on his back also seemed to have sensed the people behind him. He turned his head slightly, his gaze like a sword, sweeping across the area behind him. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. The young man turned around with disdain in his eyes. These people were too weak. He stood there quietly, looking at the giant ancient city. The disciples of divine bird palace below were also waiting anxiously. Not long after, another figure floated down. The moon-embracing pavilions, Zhao Ji, also came here. Other than that, there were even more people rushing over. At this moment, the giant ancient city emitted a desolate aura, as if it had come alive. The gate that was hundreds of meters tall slowly opened. Chapter 511. Clear Pond Waterfall. Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Somehow, he felt that a long-dormant sword intent was awakening. As a swordsman, he trusted his intuition, so he decided to investigate. Originally, he wanted to rest for a few days before going to kill the divine bird palace disciples. There were many treasures in the storage rings of the divine bird palace disciples, more than enough for him to use. It would be much more efficient than searching for them himself. Not only could he kill his enemies, but he could also obtain treasures. This was a good thing, so Lin Xian was naturally happy. But now he wanted to put this matter aside. First of all, the divine bird palace was wantonly hunting him down, and the long-sealed sword intent made him somewhat excited. His current great dragon sword intent had reached 80% completion, and as long as he improved it, it would reach great accomplishment. So he wouldn't miss anything related to sword intent. Calling the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian quickly set off in the direction he sensed. Lin Xian led the girl in the black dress through layers of forest and saw a huge ancient ruin in front of them. There were many martial artists in the ruin, and a few of them made him feel a little apprehensive. Late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that this place was really unusual for it to attract such people. He didn't go over, but wandered around nearby. Through the girl in the black dress, Lin Xian knew the identity of the dead. Most of them were disciples of 5-star sects, and there were many disciples of the 3 6-star sections. Among them, there were 7 or 8 disciples of the divine bird palace. If Lin Xian went out at this time, he would definitely be besieged. The girl in the black dress also saw the disciples of the moon-embracing pavilion. She was excited but soon calmed down. She couldn't act rashly at this time, or else Lin Xian could turn her into ashes with just a thought. There are so many people. Do you still want to go? The girl in the black dress asked. Of course. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. As long as we change our appearance and presence, and I don't use my sword, they won't be able to find us. Hearing this, the girl in the black dress was speechless. This Lin Xian was simply too bold. He actually dared to appear in front of so many enemies. If they were accidentally exposed, the consequences would be very dangerous. After that, the two of them quietly knocked out the 2 disciples of the Golden Light sect and changed into their clothes. The Golden Light School was a 5-star sect and belonged to the moon-embracing pavilion. As his muscles and bones changed, Lin Xian's figure and appearance changed. He used to be a delicate and pretty boy, but now he had become a burly man. The girl in the black dress used a method to change their auras. Soon, the 2 of them completely changed their appearance. After reaching the spirit transformation realm, changing one's appearance was a small matter, but the most difficult thing to change was the fluctuation of one's aura. However, with a disguise expert like the girl in the black dress, it wasn't difficult for her to change her aura. Lin Xian straightened his clothes and swaggered towards the ancient ruins. There were indeed many martial artists coming and going, at least 100 of them, so no one paid attention to Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. Standing in the crowd, Lin Xian paid close attention to his surroundings. After that, he understood the general situation. It turned out that this was a palace that had never been opened before. It was discovered by the people of the Deity Sword Manor, and then the news spread. More and more people came here. These people gathered here and discussed animatedly. A few hot-tempered martial artists rushed over, but they were sent flying by a sword light at the entrance. The 3 martial artists rolled for over 1,000 meters before they finally stopped. Their armor had been split open, and their bodies were almost cut in half. The 3 of them were all early-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists, but they couldn't withstand the sword light at the entrance. As expected of an ancient ruin, even the entrance was so dangerous. Lin Xian was speechless. The others were even more shocked and worried, not knowing what to do. Lin Xian looked over, and then his gaze stopped on a snow-white swordsman. That person stood there alone. Although he didn't release any powerful aura, no one dared to get within 30 meters of him. So powerful, the sword intent is condensed and not released, and he can control it freely. Lin Xian nodded inwardly. This white-clothed youth was undoubtedly a peerless swordsman. In addition, he also saw the people of the Deity Bird Palace. These people were surrounding a tall youth. The young man was 2 meters tall, and his skin was tattooed with black veins. He also had a pair of black wings on his back. At this moment, they were attached to his back. "Who is that?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. "He is Jiu Moyan of the Deity Bird Palace. His strength has reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he is ranked 3rd among the disciples of the Deity Bird Palace." Ranked 3rd? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He found that Jiu Moyan was the strongest among the disciples of the Deity Bird Palace. Such a person is ranked 3rd, so there should be 2 martial artists stronger than him who haven't come yet. At this moment, he had a better understanding of the power of the Deity Bird Palace. These people were far stronger than the geniuses of the Tianan region. No wonder those 3 disciples of the Deity Bird Palace were so arrogant. In addition to the white-clothed swordsman and Jiu Moyan, there was also a woman in purple who was equally eye-catching. The woman's black hair was like a waterfall, casually tied up with a strand of black hair. There was no expression on her beautiful face. Proud twin peaks, a slim waist, and a pair of long, slender legs that were faintly discernible in her dress. This was definitely a stunner that could make countless men go crazy. However, no one dared to be disrespectful to her. This was because the woman's cultivation was abnormally strong, and she had also reached the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Such a powerhouse could destroy a group of martial artists with a raise of her hand. Not long after, the white-clothed swordsman finally moved. His figure flickered, and he quickly ran toward the ancient palace. A brilliant sword qi shot out from his body, dazzling beyond compare. The sword light was dazzling, and man and sword became one. In an instant, he broke through the sword qi at the gate and successfully entered the palace. Seeing someone enter, the others couldn't remain calm, especially Jiu Moyan of the Deity Bird Palace and Yu Qingqing of the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The 2 of them also moved quickly. These 2 were both at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and their attacks were extremely fierce. They quickly led their fellow disciples into the ancient palace. It wasn't so easy for the others. Fortunately, there were many people left. If they worked together, they could still enter. Lin Xian mixed in with the crowd, and after a few attempts, he finally entered. There was a faint sense of oppression inside the palace. After Lin Xian entered, he immediately felt an invisible force fill the surroundings, causing the spirit power in his body to circulate much slower. How strange! It can actually suppress cultivation. Lin Xian was surprised. He found that the strength in the palace was only 2/3 of the outside world. However, he wasn't the only one like this. Everyone else who entered would have their strength suppressed by 1/3. After learning this news, Lin Xian revealed a smile. He had tested it and found that it was only the circulation of spirit power and the use of spirit power that was suppressed. Pure physical strength wouldn't be suppressed. Chapter 512. Lin Xian's metal thunder body had just advanced. Not only was his body strong, but his strength was also terrifying. Even if he didn't use a sword art, it wouldn't be difficult for him to tear apart an early-stage spirit-detecting martial artist with his bare hands. This was the benefit of the metal thunder body. In fact, the metal thunder body was an ancient body refinement technique that was extremely powerful. One could tell how terrifying it was just from the large amount of lightning energy it required. You can steal the treasure, but you can't let anyone discover your identity. Don't even think about escaping. Lin Xian said to the girl in black dress beside him. He wouldn't stop the girl from stealing, but the prerequisite was that she didn't cause trouble for him. Lin Xian and the girl in black blended into the crowd and began to look around. The palace was very spacious and contained a lot of natural treasures. Through the little white monkey, Lin Xian found that there were treasures nearby. Some of them could make a spirit-detecting martial artist go crazy. In the corner of the wall, there were 2 black wooden barrels covered in cobwebs. Not only that, but the surroundings were also covered in dust. It was obvious that no one was paying attention to them. However, the little white monkey excitedly pointed at the black wooden barrel. Lin Xian quickly walked over and kicked the wooden barrel to pieces. Behind the wooden barrel, there was a small plant with 3 purple-black fruits. The fruits contained a lot of spirit energy. It was obvious that they were top-grade spirit fruits. Purple Bodhi! Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't think that there would be such a top-grade spirit fruit in this corner. This purple Bodhi was very beneficial to spirit-detecting martial artists. Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly picked the 3 purple Bodhi fruits. He gave one to the little white monkey and put away the other 2. The girl in black was shocked. How did Lin Xian know that there were top-grade spirit fruits behind the barrel? It has to be said that her soul wasn't bad, but she had never sensed the existence of top-grade spirit fruits. Many martial artists nearby were shocked. Many of them had outstanding souls and hadn't sensed it either. Moreover, no one expected that there would be top-grade spirit fruits in such an inconspicuous place. Someone saw that Lin Xian was at the spirit transformation realm and sneered. If you know what's good for you, hand over the spirit fruit. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. 2 martial artists quickly walked over and blocked Lin Xian's path. It's actually the black and white swords. Both of them are at the early stage of the spirit-detecting realm. It is said that when the 2 of them work together, they can match a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Who is that person? I'm afraid he's going to be out of luck. He's going to spit out the spirit fruit he just got. Isn't that normal? In this world, the strong can decide everything. Did you hear that? Hand over the spiritual fruit obediently and we'll spare your life. Otherwise, both of you will die. The black and white swords exuded a terrifying sword aura that enveloped Lin Xian and the black-dressed girl. If it was in the past, Zhao Ziki would definitely be very nervous. However, ever since she had witnessed Lin Xian's strength, she wasn't worried at all. Therefore, she appeared very indifferent. The little white monkey stared at the worn-out bowl with a mocking expression. I'll give you a chance. Scram, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're courting death. The black and white swords were furious. When had they ever been looked down upon? Moreover, the other party was only a little spirit transformation realm martial artist. They pulled out their swords, and the black and white sword auras intertwined in the air. They formed a sharp sword energy that suddenly descended. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he charged forward like a god of war and threw out a punch. A golden light flashed on his fist as if it was made of gold. It instantly shattered the sword energy. What? The black and white sword's sword energy was shattered? Who is this brat? His physical body is so terrifying. It's over. The black and white swords have kicked an iron plate. Everyone discussed. The black and white swords were existences that could match a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. However, their sword energy had been shattered by a single punch. Lin Xian was very fast. After he threw out that punch, his body was like an afterimage as he arrived before the black and white swords. His golden palm danced and sent the white swordsman flying. The black swordsman was shocked. He knew he had misjudged. He pushed all the spirit energy in his body and quickly retreated. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He was like a shadow as he stuck close to the black swordsman. The golden palm landed and immediately turned the black swordsman's head into a pig's head. Blood and teeth flew everywhere. In an instant, the black and white swords were lying on the ground, moaning. "Big brother, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again." The black and white swords begged for mercy. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. Too strong. Is this still the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm martial artist? He's so strong. He must be an expert. He must have hidden his strength. The surrounding martial artists quickly left. They didn't dare to target Lin Xian. Instead, they looked at the surrounding corners and began to imitate Lin Xian in searching for spirit fruits. Zhao Ziki was also shocked. She knew that Lin Xian's sword arts were fierce and could instantly kill his enemies. However, she didn't expect his physical body to be so terrifying. "Let's go," Lin Xian called out. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment after defeating two early-stage spirit detection realm martial artists. The snow-white monkey bared its teeth and turned into a ray of white light. It quickly took the black and white swordsman's storage rings. Then Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey swept through everything. Every time they took action, they would find precious heavenly treasures. This made Zhao Ziki dumbfounded. 1 or 2 times could be attributed to luck, but every time Lin Xian took action, he would find a great harvest. This wasn't something that could be explained by luck. Taking a deep breath, she threw away the distracting thoughts in her heart and began to use all her strength to search for opportunities. A crossroad appeared in front of them. Lin Xian didn't waste any time and rushed toward the right path. Zhao Ziki followed closely behind. She was now certain that Lin Xian had some kind of secret technique that could help him search for heavenly treasures. On the right side of the path, there were stone statues that were 100 feet tall. These stone statues were wearing battle armor and holding shields and spears. They were very powerful. Lin Xian originally didn't have time to admire these stone statues, but the snow-white monkey told him that there was something extraordinary in one of the shields. He punched out and smashed the shield. Immediately, a piece of pitch-black withered wood fell out. "What is this?" Lin Xian was stunned. Even though he was very knowledgeable, he didn't know what this piece of black wood was. Just as he was about to ask Lord Alcohol, a cold voice came from behind him. "Withered divine wood. It's the remnant of a 10,000-year-old spiritual wood. After a martial artist consumes it, their soul power will be enhanced. This is indeed a soul-type spiritual wood." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and quickly turned around. There was a group of people walking toward him from behind. At the front was a purple-clothed woman. She had a beautiful face and a proud figure. Yu Qingcheng. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect to meet someone from the moon embracing pavilion here. If the other party attacked, he probably wouldn't be able to resist in his current state, unless he exposed his identity. "Don't worry, I won't snatch it." There was a hint of pride in her voice. Of course, with her status, she naturally wouldn't snatch something from a spirit transformation realm martial artist. "Seeing that you are disciples of the Golden Light sect, your luck isn't bad. Why don't you join our team?" Yu Qingqing said. Chapter 513. Hearing this, Zhao Ziqi's body trembled slightly. Then she looked at Lin Xian. At that moment, she had the urge to shout for help, but she forcefully stopped herself. She knew that Lin Xian would definitely not be able to defeat senior sister Yu Qingcheng. But if Lin Xian wanted to leave, these people might not be able to stop him. And no matter what happened to Lin Xian, the first to die would definitely be her. Therefore, she was very nervous and did not dare to reveal any flaws. Fortunately, the two of them disguised themselves very well and did not arouse Yu Qingqing's suspicion. Lin Xian's heart also moved. With his ability to find treasures, he would encounter other large factions sooner or later. At that time, it would probably cause a huge battle. It was better to follow the Moon Embracing Pavilion's team. This way, he could secretly search for treasures and avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking of this, he revealed a trace of excitement and cupped his fists gratefully. "Thank you, Fairy." Lin Xian had already secretly handed the Withered Divine to Lord Alcohol. With Lord Alcohol's soul state, he needed soul-nourishing spirit herbs. Lin Xian and Zhao Ziqi both joined the Moon Embracing Pavilion's team. The group of people set off towards the depths of the palace. The distribution in the team was very simple. Whoever found it would get it. If it was a team, it would be distributed according to the corresponding contribution. "There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead," said a Moon-Embracing Pavilion disciple. "Let's go take a look." Yu Qingqing made a decision. She waved her hand and led everyone forward. Not long after, a circular iron door appeared on the wall with ancient restrictions on it. "This is a team operation. The items will be distributed according to one's contribution. So if you have any abilities, don't hold back." Yu Qingqing said, other than the 6 Moon Embracing Pavilion disciples. The rest of the team were 5-star affiliated sections. Among them, there were many disciples who were proficient in array formations. Their eyes lit up as they quickly came to the iron door and began to break the restrictions. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He also had a certain level of research on array formations. However, he had no intention of making a move. Firstly, he did not want to expose too much of his strength. Secondly, he did not care about those contribution points. He had a special way to search for treasures. Soon, the restrictions were broken, and everyone worked together to open the black iron door. Boom! Behind the iron door, a round hole appeared, and a dense demonic aura came from within. This demonic aura caused many people's expressions to change. Judging from the aura, most of them should be 8th or 9th rank demonic beasts. However, there were many people in the group. Moreover, there was a peerless genius like Yu Qingqing leading the group. Therefore, the crowd was not very afraid. After some preparations, Yu Qingcheng led her people into the circular cave. There was a completely different world inside. It wasn't a regular house, but something similar to a cave. The deeper they went, the thicker the demonic aura became. Lin Xian followed the group. Suddenly, he frowned and secretly told Zhao Ziqi to prepare her defenses. At this moment, Yu Qingqing, who was at the front, gave an order. "Everyone, prepare your defenses. There are demonic beasts attacking." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly activated their defenses. Sure enough, in the next moment, an overwhelming number of black shadows flew out from the inside of the cave and pounced on everyone. Lin Xian took a closer look and realized that the black shadows were all gigantic vampire bats. His eyes were scarlet red, and his body emitted a strong smell of blood. Those vampire bats all had the cultivation of a spirit transformation realm warrior, although Their cultivation wasn't very high. There were a lot of them. Attack! End the battle quickly. We can't be surrounded by them. Yu Qingqing said in a deep voice. There were about 20 people in the group. At this moment, they all attacked. The momentum was very terrifying. In an instant, countless vampire bats were blown up and turned into a bloody mist. However, even more vampire bats flew out from the inside of the cave. They covered the sky and the earth as if there was no end to them. No, there are too many vampire bats. If only Ziki was here. She's proficient in beast taming. She would definitely be able to get rid of these bats quickly. The disciples of the Moon Pavilion sighed. Forget it, stop talking. Let's fight. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and easily slapped away the vampire bats beside him. He sent a voice transmission to Zhao Ziki. Do you have a way to get rid of these vampire bats? Zhao Ziki pondered for a moment, then replied, These are Dark Night vampire bats. They are demonic beasts left behind from ancient times. These demonic beasts are the craziest. They won't stop until they're full of blood. However, these Dark Night vampire bats also have an obvious characteristic, which is that they follow orders. If we can find the Bat King, we can definitely control them. There must be a Bat King in the depths of this cave. Understood, Lin Xian said. Then he pretended to be scared and shouted, Heavens, these ordinary bats are already at the spirit transformation realm. Wouldn't the leader in the depths be very strong? Why don't we retreat before we go too deep? As soon as he said that, many people looked at him with disdain. However, Yu Qingqing seemed to have grasped something. Then she said in a deep voice, Hurry up and break out. There should be a leader like the Bat King inside. As long as we get rid of the Bat King leader, these ordinary bats should collapse on their own. This woman isn't stupid. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Zhao Ziki covered her little face as the corners of her mouth twitched. This guy could actually send messages like this. Yu Qingqing took the lead. Her palms danced, and the sharp wind from her palms struck down a group of vampire bats every time. With her late-stage spirit detection realm cultivation, dealing with these spirit transformation realm demonic beasts was very easy. It was like cutting vegetables. Apart from her, there were a few powerful mid-stage spirit detection realm cultivators following closely behind. They quickly killed their way into the cave. Not long after, an extremely anxious and angry roar came from the depths of the cave. The sound wave was like a tide, causing everyone's aura to churn. This sound wave made the attacking ordinary vampire bats extremely anxious. They stopped attacking Lin Xian and the others and flew back into the cave. Like a black tide, they quickly retreated. Let's go and help the fatally beautiful fairy. The rest of the team quickly followed. Xiao, Xuanzi, pay attention to the ground around you. Lord Alcohol suddenly transmitted his voice. Lord Alcohol had been recuperating all this time. Now that he had reminded them, there must be something very important. Lin Xian circulated his soul power and probed the ground and the surrounding corners. At first, he didn't find anything, but after a long time, he noticed a slight difference. The battle just now was very intense. About 1,000 demonic beasts had died. Many of the bats exploded into a bloody mist, while some had their bodies split open. In short, corpses piled up everywhere. The blood had turned into a small river. However, through his soul power, Lin Xian discovered that the blood was seeping into the ground at a faster speed than normal. There's something underground absorbing the blood. Lin Xian was alarmed. If he hadn't guessed carefully, he wouldn't have discovered it. However, he couldn't be sure what it was. In any case, we have to be careful, Lord Alcohol exhorted. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he was still a little careless. He originally thought that it would be fine as long as he finished off the Bat Kings, but he didn't expect the greater danger to be underground. Chapter 5:14. Then he gradually slowed down and arrived at the back of the group. He flicked his finger and shot out wisps of black dragon flames, which were hidden in the surroundings for use at critical moments. After doing all that, he followed the group into the cave. When he arrived, the battle was already over. For a top prodigy like Yu Qingcheng, killing the Bat King was still very fast. The Bat King's body was split in half and fell into a pool of blood. Yu Qingcheng, on the other hand, was spotless like a fairy. It seemed that this battle didn't consume much of her strength, as expected of a top prodigy of a 6-star middle sect. She was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was speechless. Judging from the Bat King's aura, it was definitely at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. Coupled with the ancient beast bloodline, it should be able to easily kill martial artists of the same level. However, this huge Bat King had died in Yu Qingcheng's hands. One could imagine how terrifying Yu Qingcheng was. Lin Xian looked up. His gaze skipped over Yu Qingcheng and landed on the 3 huge caves behind her. Behind the Bat King's corpse, there were 3 black caves. Lin Xian could sense the aura of spirit herbs and spirit fruits from inside. It should be the Dark Knight Bat's belongings. However, at this moment, they had become everyone's spoils of war. Yu Qingcheng stood in the center like a queen and quickly gave orders. Everyone took out everything and distributed it according to their performance. This was agreed upon beforehand, so no one had any objections. Zhao Ziki wiped the sweat off her forehead. She followed beside Lin Xian and was a little curious. Lin Xian didn't use much of his strength in the battle just now, so his battle achievements were very ordinary. If they were to distribute according to Yu Qingcheng's plan, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to get much. Based on her understanding of Lin Xian, he definitely wouldn't give up the treasures so easily. He must have other reasons for doing so. Therefore, she secretly paid attention to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian hid the little white monkey in his sleeve. He blended into the crowd and secretly released his soul power into his eyes. His eyes flashed and then returned to normal. However, Lin Xian could already sense the situation in the cave. He had to admit that there were quite a lot of things in the caves. There were about a dozen things in each cave. Altogether, there were more than 40 spirit herbs. These spirit herbs and spirit fruits were extremely precious and couldn't be seen in the outside world. Even in the Lost Lands, it would take months to find everything. But now he had obtained so many spiritual herbs through just one battle. It could be said that it was very worth it. Lin Xian quickly identified the spirit herbs and spirit fruits. He couldn't possibly take all of them. He couldn't even take most of them, as that would attract other people's attention. Therefore, he only chose the 2 best items in each cave. This way, he could ensure the greatest profit and avoid arousing suspicion. After choosing his target, Lin Xian gently patted the little white monkey in his sleeve. The latter grinned and fiddled with the small bowl in his hand. During this time, Zhao Ziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian swiped his finger across the storage belt on his waist. The process was very fast. Everyone was busy counting the spoils and didn't notice. Even Yu Qingcheng didn't know. However, Zhao Ziki kept a close eye on Lin Xian. Her soul power wasn't weak either. Therefore, even though Lin Xian was very fast, she still caught a trace of his aura. That's a supreme grade spirit herb, and it's 3,000 years old. Zhao Ziki was shocked. She didn't know where Lin Xian got it from. Could it be? She suddenly had a premonition. Then, her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Soon, she saw Lin Xian put the 2nd supreme grade spirit herb into his storage ring. This time it was 5,000 years old. Zhao Ziki's eyes widened. She almost exclaimed. Her heart was in turmoil. Lin Xian collected the supreme grade spirit herbs several times. Then he turned around and smiled at Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki was afraid. She quickly lowered her head. However, she was very shocked. She saw clearly that Lin Xian had collected a total of 6 spirit herbs. Among them, he got a 5,000-year-old spirit herb. There was also a 4,000-year-old spirit herb. The rest were around 3,000 years old. At this time, all the spirit herbs in the 3 caves had been counted. There were more than 40 spirit herbs. 4 of them were 3,000 years old. More than 10 were 2,000 years old, and the rest were 1,000 years old and hundreds of years old. Although these spirit herbs were precious, none of them were more valuable than the spirit herbs in Lin Xian's hands. Zhao Ziki was shocked. She was now sure that Lin Xian got his spirit herbs from the cave. As for how he did it, she still didn't know. After the distribution, Lin Xian only got a 5,000-year-old spirit herb. He didn't care about it. He had already taken the best spirit herbs in the cave, especially the 5,000-year-old spirit herb. All the spirit herbs in the hands of Yu Qingqing and the rest didn't add up to that one spirit herb. However, Zhao Ziki's face was bitter. She didn't play a big role in the battle just now. So, she only got an 8,000-year-old spirit herb. Lin Xian patted the little white monkey. The latter jumped onto Zhao Ziki's shoulder. It bared its teeth and gestured. Zhao Ziki was shocked. At first, she thought that Lin Xian was dissatisfied with her observation and wanted to teach her a lesson. However, she later found out that it wasn't like that. The little white monkey jumped around as if it was hinting at something. She looked at the little white monkey's paw and revealed a puzzled expression. "You mean that there's something there?" The little white monkey nodded and made a face. Then, Zhao Ziki half believed and half doubted. She stood up and walked to a corner. She waved her hand and pierced through the mountain rock. Suddenly, a small part of the mountain collapsed, revealing the situation inside. There was a jasper plant with 2 sparkling and translucent fruits on it. Zhao Ziki's actions attracted everyone's attention. When everyone saw the spirit fruits, they were all stunned. It was a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. Zhao Ziki was even more shocked. Her heart was in turmoil. She didn't expect the little white monkey to be so magical. It actually gave her a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. Although it couldn't compare to the 3,000-year-old spirit fruits, it was enough for her. She was only at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. A 3,000-year-old spirit fruit was too wasteful. It would attract the attention of others. Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Zhao Ziki smiled and spread her hands. "It was just luck. You're too lucky. You and your wife are too lucky. It's really enviable." Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki were stunned. Husband and wife, they were indeed disguised as a man and a woman from the Golden Light sect, but they didn't expect them to be husband and wife. Chapter 5:15. Under everyone's envious gazes, Zhao Ziki quickly came to Lin Xian's side and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Right now, her feelings toward Lin Xian were very complicated. As a captive, she should hate Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't abuse her during this period of time. Instead, he gave her a 2,000-year-old spirit fruit. This made her a little confused. She didn't understand what Lin Xian was planning. "What are you thanking me for? You're my wife. This is what I should do." Lin Xian waved his hand and pulled Zhao Ziki into his arms. Zhao Ziki's body stiffened. She didn't know why Lin Xian would do such an intimate action in a public place. Soon, Lin Xian transmitted his voice. "Don't move. Yu Qingqing is watching us." Sure enough, Zhao Ziki felt 2 cold eyes staring at them. Their heaven-defying luck did attract Yu Qingqing's attention. However, after observing for a while, she didn't find any flaws, so she could only give up. "Okay, the items are distributed. Let's go to the next place," Yu Qingqing said. Everyone left happily, discussing their gains from just now. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. Everyone went back the way they came. Soon, the mountain walls on both sides broke open. Dozens of giant tentacles danced like demons. The cultivators in the group didn't expect there to be danger in the dark. Their vigilance was very low. Soon, cultivators screamed as they were pulled to the ground by the giant tentacles. Not good, they're demonic beasts. Everyone break out. Yu Qingqing's face was cold. She didn't sense this unknown threat and could only organize a temporary counterattack. However, the tentacle monster was clearly much stronger than the vampire bats. Ordinary early-stage, spirit-detecting realm cultivators couldn't hurt the soft tentacles at all. Only Yu Qingqing could break through the defense of the giant tentacles. Let's go. We'll save as many as we can. At this time, Yu Qingqing had no time to care about the others. She led the disciples of the moon embracing pavilion forward. Puff, puff, puff. The other cultivators screamed and fled frantically. Two of the tentacles quickly rushed towards Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki. Zhao Ziki shouted and waved her hand, forming a huge palm of light that covered the sky and rushed towards the sky. However, when these palms hit the tentacles, they only made earth-shattering noises and did not hurt them at all. Lin Xian punched out. Golden light filled the sky and swept out in all directions. However, he was only able to blast the tentacles away. He was unable to break through its defense. What a strange tentacle! Lin Xian discovered that his terrifying strength had been diffused by the soft tentacle in a clever manner. Unless he used his sword intent to forcefully break it, he would not be able to injure the other party with just his physical strength. Fortunately, he had secretly laid down the black dragon flames. At this moment, he quickly activated the black dragon flames, forming black flames that burned fiercely. The black dragon's flames were abnormally terrifying. Those tentacles were set ablaze the moment they came into contact with the flames, twisting and evading them. Seeing this, everyone followed behind Lin Xian and broke out of the encirclement. Yu Qingqing led the disciples of the moon embracing pavilion outside the stone door. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. That was close. We almost died inside just now. It's a pity for those affiliated sect martial artists. Forget it. The situation just now was urgent. Senior apprentice, sister, you couldn't save them. Let's go. Several disciples of the moon embracing pavilion wanted to leave this place. And at this time, the sound of breaking air came from the stone door again. One figure after another scurried out in a sorry state, panting heavily. Damn it, we finally escaped. I thought we were going to die inside. Everyone had a feeling of surviving a disaster. The disciples of the moon embracing pavilion were stunned. With their strength, they were only able to escape with the help of Yu Qingqing. How did these people come out? Could it be that the monster bear retreated? Very soon, the disciples of the moon embracing pavilion learned that a mysterious flame actually appeared in the cave and burned the monster away. Everyone was able to escape. Everyone was surprised, but did not think too much about it. After all, the interior of this palace was very strange. Since a tentacle monster could appear, it was not strange for a flame to appear. However, Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. Her gaze swept over those disciples who escaped, seemingly thinking about something. In the depths of the palace, the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were fighting a giant monster beast. It was a minotaur monster with a body like a mountain. It held a giant bronze axe in its hand and swung it in all directions. The axe shadows were continuous, and each strike had the power to kill a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. The people of the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to fight back and could only hide far away. Not only that, when their attacks hit the Minotaur monster, they only created sparks but did not leave any substantial damage. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so strong? Senior apprentice Brother Jiao, what do we do? Do we still want to attack? Jiao Demonic Flame's face sank. He did not think that this monster would be so difficult to deal with that they could not suppress it. However, he was unwilling to retreat at this time because there were several milky white crystals behind the Minotaur monster. The dove demonic flames gaze towards them was filled with intense heat. Hold on a little longer. Find a way to lure this beast away. While the divine bird palace was attacking the giant Minotaur monster, Xian and the others were also rushing over. After the destruction of the tentacle monster, there were only 11 people left in the team, which was almost half of what it was before. Yu Qingqing took the lead and hid nearby, looking at the battlefield. "Hey, it's the ancient demonic cow clan." He turned to everyone and said, "This is an ancient demonic cow. It should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. You must be careful." Peak of the spirit-detecting realm. No wonder the people of the Divine Bird Palace could not take it down. The Divine Bird Palace is fighting so hard. They must have something good. Everyone watched excitedly. Lin Xian was also curious. He focused his soul power on his eyes and looked over. Soon he found the white crystal, essence of the earth. Then Lin Xian's eyes lit up. When he had obtained the essence of the earth, its effect was simply heaven-defying. No matter how serious his injuries were, he could quickly recover. The essence of the earth's effect was even better. Not only could it instantly heal injuries, but it could also cleanse the body, allowing a martial artist's body to achieve another breakthrough. It had to be known that martial artists' cultivation was to constantly improve their bodies. During this process, there were some martial artists with powerful bloodlines who had an innate advantage. This was because they were born with extremely powerful physiques and bloodlines. If ordinary martial artists wanted to catch up with them, they would need to use heavenly treasures to cleanse their bodies, strengthen their bodies, and improve themselves. Moreover, the essence of the earth was also very tempting to martial artists with bloodlines because it had a certain probability of strengthening their bloodline power. Therefore, the essence of the earth was definitely a good thing. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone's hearts were burning. They wanted to rush up immediately, but they also knew that even the Divine Bird Palace could not solve it. Even if they went up, it would be useless. The huge gap between the spirit-detecting realm could not be made up by numbers. In this regard, Lin Xian was not worried. He had this little white monkey's treasure bowl, so he should be able to get the essence of the earth. However, he was only worried about what would happen after he got the essence of the earth. Chapter 5:16. If he was targeted, then it would be troublesome. Therefore, what he had to do was to make the scene even more chaotic. In this way, he could take action in the chaos and secretly take away the earth essence. Everyone's eyes were burning for the earth essence behind the ancient demon bull. However, no one made a move. They silently watched the disciples of Divine Bird Palace fight with the ancient demon bull. Yu Qingqing was even more focused, looking for the ancient demon bull's weakness and opportunity to attack. In contrast, Lin Xian was the calmest. At this time, a young man with a hooked nose suddenly turned his head and stared at the direction where Lin Xian and the others were hiding. "Who is it? Come out!" An angry roar exploded above the palace like thunder. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were shocked and stopped fighting and withdrew from the battle. The people of Moon Pavilion were also surprised. They did not expect Divine Bird Palace to find them so quickly. "That man is Wuji, the strongest tracker of Divine Bird Palace," Zhao Ziki explained in a low voice. "I see." Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder the other party could find their existence so easily. However, Zhao Ziki was better in this regard, because the people of Divine Bird Palace glanced at them and did not find Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki's abnormalities. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a fellow disciple of Moon Pavilion. "Since you're here, why don't you show yourself?" Jiu Moyin snorted. "Nothing. I just don't want to disturb your battle." Yu Qingqing responded. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace looked at Yu Qingqing and the others with some hostility, but Jiu Moyin seemed very relaxed. "Since you're here, why don't we work together?" With their current strength, it was impossible to lure the ancient demon bull away, let alone seize the earth essence behind. Jiao Moyin walked out and began to discuss with Yu Qingqing. Then the two discussed and decided to work together. Everyone, in addition to the earth essence liquid, there are also many treasures in the demon bull cave. Let's work together. When the time comes, Yu Xianzi and I will not take those treasures. We'll let you distribute them. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. In front of Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyin, there was no chance for them to get a share of the earth essence. However, getting the treasures from the demonic ox cave in the morning was not bad. One had to know that the ancient demon ox was much stronger than the Bat King. The treasures in the Bat King's cave were already shocking enough. Presumably, the treasures in the ancient demon ox cave would be even more abundant. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts burned with passion. They rubbed their fists and prepared to fight. Seeing that they had roused everyone's emotions, Jiao Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing nodded and led everyone to attack the ancient demonic bull once again. Clang! The ancient demonic bull swung its gigantic axe in all directions, causing the ground to tremble. That huge bronze battle axe seemed to weigh tens of thousands of kilograms. It was engraved with strange patterns and looked extremely mysterious. The ancient demonic bull was immensely powerful. It carried the bronze axe and swept it in all directions. An invisible pressure filled the entire space. Everyone collapsed and retreated. Many of the weaker martial artists were sent flying while vomiting blood. This scene was very shocking. Almost 40 spirit detecting realm martial artists had surrounded an ancient demon beast, but more than half of them had been sent flying in the first move. Lin Xian blended into the crowd and only made a few symbolic attacks. He didn't go all out. He wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity. However, Jiao Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing clearly didn't want to wait any longer. The two of them quickly attacked. An azure gold luster appeared on Yu Qingqing's palm. Rays of light were like tens of thousands of golden threads that hung down into the sky. Then, a terrifying, gigantic hand that was comparable to a mountain enveloped the ancient demonic bull. The star-plucking hand was the ultimate technique of the moon-embracing pavilion. Many people exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. The fatally beautiful fairy was determined to obtain the essence of the earth, so she took out her ultimate technique right from the start. The star-plucking hand was an earth-grade martial technique that was extremely terrifying. Legend had it that one could pluck real stars if they cultivated it to greater mastery. Although Yu Qingqing didn't have that kind of strength, its power was still very terrifying. The void was like a wave, trembling continuously from the azure gold palm as if it would split open at any time. The gigantic ancient demonic bull's body trembled as it was forced back by this move. It roared furiously, forming a visible sound wave that enveloped the front like a wave. With a furious roar, all directions were shattered. All the martial artists felt their chi and blood churning, and their spirit power couldn't circulate smoothly. Those who were at the early stage of the spirit detecting realm felt their eardrums tremble, and blood flowed profusely. Lin Xian's body swayed as he pulled Zhao Ziki back to block the sound wave. He was extremely shocked. If he hadn't consumed the golden spirit mushroom and strengthened the golden thunder body, this sound wave would have split his body apart. As expected of an ancient demonic beast, it was indeed terrifying. Even Yu Qingqing had no choice but to dodge. However, she soon attacked again with a terrifying attack. Her purple robes fluttered as if a fairy had descended. At this moment, she formed a seal with her right hand, forming a green moon that blasted downward. On the other side, the dove demonic flame also moved. Purple flames spread around his body, forming a purple sea. The terrifying heat was extremely turbulent, burning the void until it was distorted. With a wave of his hand, rays of purple light shot out, interweaving into a flaming divine bird that pounced upward. The ancient demonic bull roared furiously as demonic aura surged from its body, forming a demonic fog that shrouded the surroundings. At the same time, it waved its gigantic battle axe rapidly. Ray after ray of axe light split space and time like buckets, rushing in all directions. Fortunately, the ancient palace was abnormally hard and could withstand such a terrifying attack. Otherwise, the entire ground would have sunk in long ago. Even so, everyone couldn't withstand it and retreated one after another. Originally, they wanted to lure the ancient demonic bull away, but now it seemed impossible. However, the people of the Moon Embracing Pavilion and the Divine Bird Palace were not idle. They quickly formed a set of arrays and attacked the ancient demonic bull with everyone's strength. Various rays of light danced in the air with terrifying momentum. The entire space was chaotic as everyone fell into a frenzied battle. Zhao Ziki followed Lin Xian closely and didn't dare to move. This kind of scene was not something a martial artist of the spirit transformation realm like her could resist. Fortunately, Lin Xian didn't go too deep. He quietly released the little white monkey and let it hide in the dark to quietly attack. After doing this, he followed everyone as if nothing had happened. The entire scene was extremely chaotic, and so far no one had been able to break through to the back of the ancient demonic bull. Therefore, no one paid too much attention to the essence of the earth. After all, this kind of battle was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would lose their lives on the spot. The little white monkey hid in the dark and quickly used the treasure bowl. Soon, it got all the essence of the earth. However, it didn't return immediately. Instead, it ran away according to Lin Xian's request. In the next moment, the ancient demonic bull noticed something unusual and suddenly became furious. Its huge eyes suddenly turned scarlet, and the demonic aura around it surged as if it was going to devour everything. It looked up to the sky and roared. The demonic aura on its body surged and burned fiercely like a flame. A tyrannical force swept out in all directions. Boom! At this moment, everyone was sent flying by this force, including Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan. What's going on? Why did the demonic bull suddenly go crazy? It's too terrifying. Let's retreat. Everyone was terrified. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan's hearts skipped a beat. They both looked behind the ancient demonic bull at the same time. Chapter 517. This is bad. The earth essence behind the ancient demon bull had disappeared. Not even a single piece was left. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Demonic Flame also couldn't believe it. The two of them were late-stage spirit detecting realm experts and could be considered peak existences in the lost place. However, the two of them didn't know how the earth essence disappeared. Although they hadn't been paying attention, it was still impossible for someone to pass by them. This is bad. I'm afraid we've worked for someone else. Jiu Demonic Flame's expression was very ugly. During the battle just now, the ancient demon bull had become a bit irritable. Originally, they thought it was because of the frequent attacks, but now it seemed that the ancient demon bull had already noticed something. It was just being held back by them and couldn't split itself. But who was it that was able to steal the earth essence from us? Yu Qingqing's expression was cold. She didn't believe that someone could be so powerful. Although the two of them were confused and angry, they didn't delay because the ancient demon bull had already gone completely berserk. Waves of terrifying demonic qi filled the sky and forced everyone back. At this moment, the space became extremely chaotic. No one could stop the ancient demon bull's rampage. The ancient demon bull's rampage caused the entire area to fall into panic. However, it seemed to be concerned about the cave behind it and didn't chase after them. It just crazily destroyed the surroundings. The people from the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon Reaching Pavilion retreated to a safe area with fearful expressions. The battle just now had caused many people to be injured. Even Yu Qingqing and Jiu Demonic Flame had consumed a lot of energy. However, Their efforts had all gone to someone else's benefit. Damn it, who was it? If I find out who did it, I won't let them off. Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious as the purple flames on his body jumped. He was indeed angry. As the third-ranked genius of the Divine Bird Palace, no one had ever dared to play with him, let alone steal his treasures. But now, the earth essence he had his eyes on had disappeared right under his nose. The most infuriating thing was that he didn't even know who had stolen it. Yu Qingqing was also depressed. She had originally wanted to use the earth essence to strengthen her body and improve her cultivation. However, after fighting for so long, she hadn't even seen a speck of it. The others were also shocked and began to discuss. Zhao Ziki looked at Lin Xian, and her heart was in turmoil. She didn't need to think to know that it was this guy's doing. She was becoming more and more curious about Lin Xian's identity. Just what kind of person was able to quietly snatch a heavenly treasure from the hands of two six-star sects? Lin Xian's face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. The essence of the earth was enough for him to complete a transformation. Moreover, throughout the entire process, he did not expend a single bit of energy. He had effortlessly put away this heavenly treasure that would make anyone's eyes red with envy. Moreover, no one had noticed. This feeling was simply too great. Yu Qingqing scanned the crowd. When she saw Lin Xian, she was stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's neat clothes, she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Feeling Yu Qingqing's gaze, Lin Xian was on high alert, but he still appeared very calm. At this time, another shocking aura came from the depths of the palace. That aura was like a flood, like a vast ocean, rolling over, making one's heart tremble. So terrifying. What kind of aura is that? Everyone was shocked and stood up one after another. Yu Qingqing and Demonic Flame also looked solemn as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian was even more shocked. He felt that a sword intent was awakening. Let's go and take a look. Many people moved, and Lin Xian followed behind. Now that he had obtained the treasure, he did not want to mingle with the crowd. In front of them, the aura became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to envelop the entire palace. At the same time, a shocking sword intent rushed up to fight against the monstrous aura. Yi Linyan! Feeling the sword intent, Yu Qingqing and Demonic Flame's expressions changed at the same time. Then, the two of them turned into flowing light and quickly left. The others were also shocked and sped up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian and Zhao Ziki quietly left the group. No one noticed this process. Wuji Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki to a corner. A snow-white monkey jumped out with a small, worn-out bowl on its head. Inside the bowl was the sparkling and translucent earth essence. Lin Xian was overjoyed and gave some to the snow-white monkey. Then he put away the majority of the earth essence. Zhao Ziki was shocked. Although she had long guessed it, seeing Lin Xian obtain all the earth essence with her own eyes was still very shocking. Now was not a good time to consume it. So Lin Xian decided to consume it after leaving the palace. Then he and Zhao Ziki took action. The two of them changed their appearance and aura again. This time, they did not deliberately disguise as anyone. Lin Xian's appearance was somewhat cold this time. His sharp face was full of determination. Taking a deep breath, the two of them ran toward the aura fluctuation. This aura was too strong, attracting the attention of all the martial artists in the entire palace. For a time, all the martial artists who came in all ran in that direction. Lin Xian brought Zhao Ziki and quickly arrived at the source of the aura. Many martial artists gathered ahead. Among them, Yu Qingqing, Demonic Flame, and the rest were all there. At the forefront, there was a white figure. He was dressed in white and carried an ancient sword on his back. It was Deity Sword Villa's Yi Linyan. At this moment, He was completely different from his previous calm and indifferent self. He was like a peerless divine sword, extremely sharp. A terrifying sword essence permeated the air, causing his surroundings to become extremely dangerous. Everywhere was filled with sword essence. Great success, sword essence! Lin Xian exclaimed. He saw a great success, sword essence again. Moreover, this sword essence was far more skillful than Zhou Jianying's. It must have been in the great success realm for a long time. In front of them, there was an exquisite pagoda. It was emitting light like an immortal treasure. Rays of light hung down. They were crystal clear and made it look extremely mysterious. Everyone was excited. Everyone knew that there must be an incredible treasure inside. However, no one dared to go forward because Yu Linyan was in front. However, Yu Linyan had no intention of attacking. He just stood there cautiously. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A thin and tall youth ran out. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flashed past quickly. However, when he was about 10 feet away from the sharp pagoda, there was a fluctuation at the entrance. It was like a sword wave that rushed over fiercely. Puff! That person was hit and retreated while vomiting blood. As expected, it was not so easy to enter. Of course, there were also people who did not believe it. They tried one after another, but they were all injured and flew back. Yu Qingqing frowned. She looked at the scene in front of her, and the doubt in her heart grew. Suddenly, her heart trembled. She finally understood. She knew what she had overlooked. Oh no, we've been tricked. Yu Qingqing suddenly turned her head. Her gaze was like lightning as she scanned the back. This gaze carried the pressure of a late-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator, causing many people to tremble. Senior Sister Yu, what's wrong? The disciples of the Moon Embracing Pavilion were puzzled. They did not know what could make Senior Sister Yu so angry. Chapter 518. The disciples of the Moon Pavilion were terrified. They didn't know what could make Yu Qingqing so shocked. Yu Qingqing's eyes were like lightning as she scanned the surroundings with a terrifying pressure. Then, she frowned even more because she couldn't find the person she was looking for. Senior Sister Yu, who are you looking for? A disciple asked. Where are the 2 martial artists from the Golden Light sect? Did any of you see them? Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were stunned. They looked around and found that the 2 disciples from the Golden Light sect were indeed gone. I don't know. Maybe there's something else. Everyone guessed that not everyone was willing to come to such a dangerous place. Send someone to find those 2. We must find them. Senior Sister, what's wrong? Why are you looking for those 2? The disciples of the Moon Pavilion were even more confused. I suspect that those 2 are related to the disappearance of the Earth essence. What? That's impossible. Everyone was shocked. Those 2 are only in the spirit transformation realm. How could they steal the Earth essence? Spirit transformation realm. Yu Qingqing's voice was cold. Did you notice anything different about them? Different. Many people were silent and tried to recall, but they couldn't remember what was different. I observed them before, especially that man. His clothes were too neat. Neat? You still don't understand? In the battle with the ancient demonic bull, which one of you wasn't injured. Yet the 2 spirit transformation realm martial artists were completely unharmed. Even their clothes weren't damaged. Isn't that obvious? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and suddenly realized something. That's right. Even people as strong as them were injured by the sound waves and demonic aura. However, the 2 spirit transformation realm martial artists were completely unharmed. What did this mean? The 2 of them must have hidden their strength. Thinking of this, everyone felt a lingering fear. There were such hidden, peerless experts beside them. The Golden Light sect is so bold to arrange such experts beside us. Do you think it's the Golden Light sect? With their methods, they definitely aren't from the Golden Light sect. The 2 of them might have left the palace by now. Then what should we do? Send some people to search. The others stay here and wait for the opportunity. Yu Qingqing sighed. She did not have high hopes of finding those two. After all, no matter who obtained a heaven-defying treasure like the quintessence of the earth, they would definitely hide and attempt to break through. Lin Xian stood in the crowd and laughed in his heart. It was a little too late for these people to react now. However, the fact that the woman was able to tell whether he was faking it or not from the neatness of his clothes was beyond his expectations. However, Yu Qingqing's final judgment was wrong. Lin Xian did not leave. Instead, he returned to their side. This time, Lin Xian wasn't with Zhao Ziki but acted alone. Because this time, there would probably be a big battle. If he brought Zhao Ziki with him, it would definitely be very troublesome. Moreover, he wasn't worried about Zhao Ziki betraying him, because as long as he willed it, he could trigger the black dragon flames. Currently, there was no one in the Lost Lands who could dispel the black dragon flames. In front of him, the Linglong Pagoda shone brightly, sending down thousands of rays of multicolored light. Bang! 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 Suddenly, waves of fluctuations came from the exquisite pagoda. It was like the sound of a war drum with a strange rhythm. The fluctuations were small at first, but it quickly spread and became bigger. Finally, the entire space trembled with the rhythm. Everyone's hearts trembled and their faces turned pale. They felt that the rhythm seemed to have a magical power. It was as if a pair of big feet were stepping on their hearts, causing their hearts to beat with the rhythm. Puff! Some of the weaker ones were sent flying while vomiting blood. The surrounding martial artists retreated in fear. Only a small portion of them could withstand it. Most of them were from 6-star sects, but there were also a few top-notch martial artists from 5-star sections. They resisted the strange rhythm with all their might. Among them, Yu Linyun stood at the front. He activated his greater success sword essence, and a terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions. When the sword essence appeared, the clouds in all directions moved. The sharp sword qi cut everything in front of it apart. Then he held his long sword and walked toward the exquisite pagoda. Yu Qingqing and Geodemonic Flame were not willing to fall behind. The moon behind Yu Qingqing was hazy. She stood in the sky and emitted rays of light. The hazy moonlight blocked the mysterious rhythm outside her body. Purple flames danced around Geodemonic Flame, like a sea of purple flames that burned everything. The three of them slowly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. Other than them, the others also used their own methods to move forward. Among them, a cold-looking man was the strongest. He walked as if he was taking a stroll, and quickly walked toward the exquisite pagoda. His speed was even faster than Yi Linyun's group. Who is that person? He's so terrifying that he can resist that terrifying rhythm? I've never seen him before, but why do I feel that he's more relaxed than Yi Linyun's group? No way! When did such a peerless expert appear in the Lost Lands? Yu Qingqing looked back at the cold-looking young man and frowned. She shouted, "Stop him!" Ever since she suffered a loss, she was extremely sensitive to unfamiliar experts. Now was a special time, so she decisively gave the order to attack. "Go back!" A moon-embracing pagoda disciple attacked. That person's cultivation was at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm and could be said to be very powerful. The cold-looking young man was naturally Lin Xian. When he saw the moon-embracing pagoda disciple attack, a cold smile appeared on his face. He punched out, and the terrifying force caused the surrounding air to condense again. Boom! The moon-embracing pagoda disciples' bright moon palm shattered and turned into specks of light. Then his body was also sent flying by the violent force. What? He was sent flying with one punch. Everyone was shocked, and their jaws dropped. That's a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he was defeated with one punch. Is that man a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian was very satisfied that he had shocked everyone with one punch. However, he knew that under normal circumstances, he would not be able to send his opponent flying with one punch. But now it was different. The terrifying fluctuations from the exquisite pagoda had a strong suppressive effect on martial artists. That martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm could only use half of his strength. But he was different. He had the devouring sword and could absorb the terrifying fluctuations around him. His strength was not affected at all, so he could send his opponent flying with one punch. Those people did not know this, so they were shocked when they saw the scene. "You guys go too," Geodemonic Flame also said. He did not want to have another competitor. Suddenly, 2 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace walked out, their bodies filled with killing intent. One of them shot out purple flames. The purple flames in the sky condensed into a flaming divine bird that was dozens of feet long and circled around him. The other person was surrounded by lightning. The lightning in the sky condensed into a ferocious thunder beast, its pressure overwhelming. Chapter 519. The 2 huge beasts were dozens of feet tall, completely condensed from spiritual power. They exuded a terrifying aura, like real ancient monsters. "Die, kid!" The 2 of them grinned and rushed over quickly. The purple flame divine bird shook and formed a huge claw. It quickly attacked and grabbed Lin Xian. In an instant, the void was crushed. Purple flames jumped and burned in all directions. Beside him, the huge lightning ferocious beast roared ferociously as it charged over with an endless sea of lightning. The 2 of them joined forces, creating a terrifying scene. Lin Xian snorted. His aura rose quickly. His whole person became extremely fierce, exuding a terrifying aura. Streaks of golden lightning circled around his body. Countless golden lightning halos trembled, making him look like the god of thunder. With one step, the whole space trembled. His hands danced, and thunder halos danced in the sky, forming thunder and lightning blades that pierced through the void. The terrifying thunder and lightning roared and shattered the surroundings. The golden thunder and lightning were extremely violent, far surpassing the thunder and lightning of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. In an instant, the thunder beast formed by the thunder sea trembled and stopped roaring. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked. The thunder and lightning they used came from the 3-headed, crimson blood bird. The thunder and lightning passed down was extremely violent. It was not something that ordinary thunder and lightning could resist. However, the golden thunder and lightning released by the cold-looking man in front of them was too strange. It was able to suppress their thunder and lightning attribute. This had never happened before. Who is that person? Why does he have such a terrifying thunder and lightning power? I don't know. This person must be captured. Otherwise, he will be a great enemy of the Divine Bird Palace. The thunder beast formed by the thunder sea was stunned, but the divine bird formed by purple flames still rushed over. It stretched out its claws and tore through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian. "Humph, destroy!" Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arms. Golden thunder and lightning jumped and intertwined to form a golden thunder blade, exuding a violent aura. With one strike, the whole space seemed to be split open. Endless waves of air surged. The purple divine bird was the first to bear the brunt. Its claws were shattered under the golden thunder blade, and then its whole body was split in half. The purple flames were scattered all over the ground, and the violent energy shock waves were still raging in the air. Lin Xian withdrew his attack and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking around disdainfully. The surroundings were silent. Everyone looked ahead in fear, not daring to speak. It was too powerful. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace made a strong move, but the other side countered it with an even stronger method, which shocked everyone. Those sharp eyes, the violent lightning, and the imposing manner of looking down on everything were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. This person was definitely a terrifying existence. Perhaps only Yulinian and the others could defeat him. After defeating the 2 disciples of the divine bird palace, Lin Xian once again walked towards the Linglong Pavilion. Jiu Demonic Flame's expression was gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian, wanting to pierce through him. "Boy, how dare you hurt a disciple of my divine bird palace? No one in the world can save you." His voice was filled with killing intent as purple flames danced around his body. "You were the ones who provoked me first. If I didn't retaliate, would I have been forced to take a beating? Are you crazy?" Lin Xian sneered. "Could it be that only your divine bird palace is allowed to attack, and I am not allowed to fight back? You're courting death. How dare you speak to senior brother Jiu like that? Kowtow and apologize, or no one can save you." The disciples of the divine bird palace angrily shouted, "Boy, no matter what you say, you must die today. No one can reward a disciple of my divine bird palace." The purple flames on Jiu Demonic Flame's body were monstrous, like a demon god. "Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. "It seems like you're really used to being arrogant. Don't think that everyone in the world will let you go. Boy, you're too arrogant. Die for me." Jiu Demonic Flame's body released a dazzling light that burned like a divine flame. He stretched out his hand, and the purple flames danced, forming a giant claw that covered the sky. Jiu Demonic Flame was worthy of being a late-stage, spirit-detecting realm martial artist. His strength was extremely powerful, and even though his cultivation was suppressed by the Linglong Pavilion, his violent power was not something a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist could compare to. In an instant, the purple flames clawed at Lin Xian, and the flames danced as if they wanted to burn him to ashes. I thought it was someone powerful, but it turns out it's only SOSO. That's right, obediently let yourself be burned to ashes." The disciples of the divine bird palace sneered. Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. The golden lightning patterns on his body flashed, forming a ring of lightning that constantly vibrated and pushed back the purple demonic claw. Then Lin Xian punched out, directly hitting the purple demonic claw and sending it flying. The power of this punch was terrifying, and it caused the entire space to tremble. The shock wave of energy swept out in all directions, causing everyone to retreat in shock. "What? He got rid of it. This is impossible." The disciples of the divine bird palace screamed, like crazy. "He can actually compete with Jiu Demonic Flame?" Everyone was stunned. Jiu Demonic Flame's face was gloomy. In order to resist the fluctuations of the Linglong Pavilion, he could only use half of his strength. Even so, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist would not be able to resist. However, the other party had blocked it. "Who is this person? He doesn't seem to be affected." Jiu Demonic Flame was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. The power of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist was beyond his imagination. Fortunately, he was not affected and could use his full strength, which was why he could compete with Jiu Demonic Flame. However, this was already his limit. He could not compete with a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. After all, he was only at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, which was several realms lower than a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. After all, even in the Tianwu domain, there was no such powerful spirit transformation realm martial artist. After his attack failed, Jiu Demonic Flame's face turned gloomy. He coldly snorted and attacked again. Purple flames danced in the sky, forming a purple divine spear that emitted a shocking, killing intent. Immortal Spear! Jiu Demonic Flame waved his purple divine spear with all his strength, leaving behind afterimages as it flew through the void. Wherever it passed, the air in the sky exploded. The immortal spear was too terrifying. Not only was its killing intent shocking, but it also contained a trace of immortality. This was not something Lin Xian could resist with his physical body. At this critical moment, he did not hold back. The dragon's sword intent in his body rushed out, and a bright sword light flashed through the void and fiercely slashed down. The 80% dragon sword intent was extremely terrifying. Its power had already surpassed that of a large success sword intent. This sword made the heavens and earth lose their color. The sword light crisscrossed and slashed down on the immortal spear. There was a clang, and then the energy ball exploded. The dragon's sword intense attack power was unparalleled. Even though the immortal spear contained a trace of immortality, it could not destroy the dragon's sword intent. Jiao Demonic Flame's face darkened when he saw that his immortal spear had been blocked. "Who are you?" he asked sternly. That sword intent was so powerful that it shocked him. Chapter 5:20. Although it couldn't compare to Yi Linyun's greater success sword intent, it wasn't far off. Yi Linyun and Yu Qingqing were also shocked, especially Yi Linyun, who stared at Lin Xian. His greater success sword intent surged as if it was going to tear the void apart. The two sword intents clashed, and the void trembled as if it was going to split open. Lin Xian's dragon sword intent represented an offensive saint spell, and it was extremely powerful. On the other side, Yi Linyun's greater success sword intent was no ordinary sword intent, and it was even more terrifying with the support of a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. The two sword intents clashed, and the void seemed to be torn apart. Everyone retreated in panic. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, the terrifying fluctuation in the pavilion of delicacy became even more powerful. At the same time, a blood-red sword qi rushed into the sky, and then an aura even more powerful than the greater success sword intent rushed out. It circled in the void and forced the two sword intents back. What kind of sword intent is this? It's so domineering. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were shocked and quickly retreated. An even more terrifying sword intent rushed out of the pavilion of delicacy and knocked Lin Xian and Yi Linyun away. Then, the light at the entrance became even more dazzling, and a strange fragrance wafted out. Everyone's hearts were burning as they stared at the entrance, but no one dared to move. They were waiting for the blood-red sword aura to disappear. The blood-red sword aura in the sky was extremely unstable, and it only appeared for a moment before disappearing. At this moment, everyone moved. Yi Linyun turned into a sword aura and rushed toward the entrance. Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan also used their extreme speed. Lin Xian roared and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing forward quickly. He wasn't affected by the pavilion of delicacy, so he was even faster. In an instant, he surpassed Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing. This time he attacked first. He unsheathed the wind shadow sword, and a terrifying sword qi slashed toward the two. Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to attack them at this time. This was a naked provocation. "Brett, you're courting death." Jiao Moyan reached out his hand and formed a terrifying demonic claw, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Yu Qingqing formed the bright moon seal and blasted out in all directions. Bright moons rose one after another, staring at the void. Endless light scattered down, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. A great battle was on the verge of breaking out, and a heavy pressure enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps and dodged with extreme speed like a ghost. Every time his sword struck a weak spot, Jiao Moyan and Yu Qingqing were furious. They thought that Lin Xian was going to fight them to the death, but they did not expect that Lin Xian was so fast that he did not even try to fight them. He was just moving around. Every time they tried to run towards the entrance of the light, Lin Xian's sword light would restrain them, and when they tried to fight Lin Xian, Lin Xian would use his speed advantage to pull away. This prevented them from unleashing their full strength. Not only that, the closer they got to the door of light, the stronger the vibration became. They had no choice but to use most of their power to resist. Very quickly, they were shaken off by Lin Xian. After getting rid of Zhou Moyan and Yu Qingqing, Lin Xian waved his long sword again and attacked Yi Linyan. The void trembled, and the great success sword intent roared. Yi Linyan suddenly turned around and slashed out a terrifying sword chi. The two swords clashed and the void shattered. Countless sword blades split open and slashed in all directions. Those warriors who wanted to attack immediately retreated in shock, and those who were too slow were instantly blown away by the sword chi. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword in his hand. It was as if a divine sword had slashed through the void, bursting out a bright sword chi. On the other side, Yi Linyan's long sword danced quickly, forming a sword diagram in the air and pressing down from the sky. That sword diagram was extremely terrifying, and it instantly covered all directions. Lin Xian's pupils shrank, and he felt a chill down his spine. Then he quickly retreated and turned into a beam of light. In the next moment, the void where he was standing before quickly cracked open. Countless sword chi pierced out and shattered the space. Lin Xian was shocked. That sword diagram was too mysterious, and it seemed to contain endless power. However, his great dragon sword intent was not for show. The wind shadow sword gently moved in the air. The movement was very slow, as if it was drawing something. Then a deep dragon roar was heard. Then a green dragon rushed out from the sword and quickly grew in size. Sword Chi Dragon. The green dragon, which was dozens of feet long, was ferocious and terrifying. It filled the entire sky and rushed toward the mysterious sword diagram. The two clashed, and terrifying energy surged. The void was in chaos. Yi Linyan's eyes shone with a shocking light. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a mysterious sword technique. That green dragon was far more powerful than an ordinary transformation. It was as if it really existed and had magical power. Apart from his senior brother, this was the first time he had met a sword opponent. With a long roar, Yi Linyan's black hair fluttered and his white robe danced. He looked like a sword god. Behind him, sword chi intertwined, forming an even larger sword diagram that emitted mysterious energy. Lin Xian also attacked. A green dragon sword chi appeared under his feet, and he roared into the sky. While the two were fighting, Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing also rushed over. The four demons faced off against each other, exchanging blows as they quickly rushed towards the light gate. To them, it was very important to seize the opportunity. Whoever could enter the light door first might be able to obtain what was inside. Yu Qingqing's purple robe fluttered, and she was like a fairy descending. A bright moon rose behind her, shaking the void. The moonlight shone down, forming a bridge that extended from under her feet toward the dazzling pavilion. However, when the hazy moonlight approached the dazzling pavilion, it was repelled by an invisible force. Yi Linyan's sword chi was shocking. The sword diagram behind him was hazy and terrifying. He used the long sword in his hand to open the path. Dazzling sword chi slashed forward as he advanced step by step. On the other side, Jiu Demonic Flame also used his ultimate technique. Purple flames danced on his body, and his entire body was enveloped by purple flames. He was like a fire god. The sea of flames spread, attacking and blocking the other three at the same time. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. He stood on a green dragon and held a long sword in his hand. He looked around disdainfully. He was like a sword god descending. He moved quickly. When the four of them approached, they attacked each other. The terrifying power shook the void as if it was going to tear it apart. Everyone was shocked. They knew Yi Linyan and the other two. They were the peerless geniuses of the top 6-star sections. They were extremely powerful, and even the older generation could not compete with them. However, Lin Xian was actually able to compete with the three prodigies. This was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian's cultivation was not strong. It seemed that he had not reached the spirit detecting realm. If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. Who are you? Yu Qingqing frowned slightly. She did not believe that anyone could compete with them, even if their cultivation was suppressed. Could it be that you're the foreign visitor? What? In an instant, everyone was shocked. Geodemonic Flame was even more shocked and angry. He held the inextinguishable flame in his hand and stared coldly at Lin Xian. He had long suspected that if it was someone from the three factions, he would have known about such a mysterious expert. Outsider? To me, you are the outsider. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Chapter 521. He did not intend to admit it. If he revealed his identity now, the people of the Divine Bird Palace would definitely go crazy. By then, he would probably be besieged by everyone. If that happened, it would be really dangerous. He could only fight against the three of them because of the uniqueness of the Pavilion of Delicacy. Once he was surrounded or left the Pavilion of Delicacy, he would lose his advantage. Therefore, he did not admit it. Instead, he said something inexplicable. He wanted to mislead everyone and lead them to the natives of the Lost Lands. Sure enough, those people were shocked. Are you a native of the Lost Lands? The more they thought about it, the more shocked they were. No wonder he was not restricted by the Pavilion of Delicacy, and his combat power was so terrifying. Yi Linyun also frowned. Rumor has it that the natives of the Lost Lands are descendants of God. Now that I've seen it, they are indeed extraordinary. Descendants of God. Everyone was even more shocked. They had never heard of such a secret. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the natives of the Lost Lands to have such a powerful background. They were even called descendants of God. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were fighting in a chaotic battle. Their terrifying strength shocked everyone. The Pavilion of Delicacy shook and emitted rays of light. Rays of light hung down one after another, forming a terrifying scene. Lin Xian and the others were approaching at a fast speed. However, when they were about 10 feet away, they all froze. The surrounding space was distorted and became extremely heavy. Everyone was terrified. They struggled with all their might. It felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire. They were getting slower and slower. Open! Yi Linyun shouted angrily. The long sword in his hand slashed out a terrifying sword light. However, it did not have much effect. Yu Qingcheng, Zhu Moyan, and the others also tried, but they did not succeed. The closer they got to the Pavilion of Delicacy, the slower they were. Lin Xian used the Golden Thunder Body to resist this force. At the same time, he used his sword will to open a path. The four of them moved forward slowly. Finally, they were about 5 feet away. Lin Xian stepped forward again. However, in the next moment, the Pavilion of Delicacy flashed with sword light. Suddenly, countless blood-red sword light slashed out. One of them went straight for Lin Xian. The sword light was exquisite, as if it was going to tear the void apart. Its power had already surpassed Yi Linyun and the others. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He no longer cared about hiding and quickly used the concept of wind. Combined with the illusory demon steps, he dodged with extreme speed. Wang, the blood-colored sword Qi, was extremely terrifying as it tore through the void. In the end, he was still struck by the sword light. In an instant, he felt his blood and Qi churn, as if his body was about to split apart. At the same time, there was also an extremely heavy blood aura attacking his body. He immediately activated the Sword of Devouring and quickly devoured the sword light. However, Zhen Qi was simply too terrifying. Even though he had used Devour, he was still injured. In the next moment, he was knocked back, and the aura that he had disguised was also broken. In other words, the blood-red sword Qi had returned Lin Xian to his original state. What? Everyone was shocked to see the drastic change in Lin Xian's appearance and aura. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were even more shocked and angry because they felt a familiar aura from Lin Xian. You're that mysterious swordsman. You're courting death. How dare you come here after killing several disciples of Divine Bird Palace? Looks like you're tired of living. Stay here obediently. Jiu Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace all drew their swords and sabers. Yu Qingqing's pretty face was cold. The bright moon behind her rose and fell, shining in all directions. Lin Xian had not only killed disciples of Divine Bird Palace, but also those of Moon Pavilion. Moreover, she suspected that the disappearance of the essence of the earth had something to do with Lin Xian. There was no way he would let Lin Xian leave. For a time, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Demonic Flame temporarily gave up on Linglong Pavilion. Anyway, they could not break through for the time being, so they might as well capture Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian had a great secret on him. He might even have a heaven-defying treasure, like the essence of the earth. Anyone would be tempted. In the crowd, Zhao Ziki was horrified. She did not expect Lin Xian to reveal his identity at this time. She panicked and did not know what to do. Lin Xian was also depressed. He did not expect the blood-red weather to be so terrifying that it could even break his disguise. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still devouring, that sword would have seriously injured him. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have taken that step. Lin Xian was the first person to step within 15 meters, so he received the fiercest attack from the blood-red sword energy. The Ling Long Pavilion was indeed very mysterious, and it was not easy to get close. However, this was not what Lin Xian needed to think about. The only thing he needed to think about was how to escape. He was surrounded by the people of the 2 6-star sections, and he was being attacked by Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing, 2 late-stage spirit detecting realm experts. With a serious expression, Lin Xian looked at Yi Linyan. If Yi Linyan also attacked, then he would be in even more danger. Fortunately, Yi Linyan had no intention of attacking. He was going all out against Ling Long Pavilion. Lin Xian secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situation had not reached a point where he had to die. However, Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing clearly did not think so. Even Yi Linyan would not be able to fight against the two of them, let alone Lin Xian, who was only at the spirit transformation realm. Brat, surrender obediently and perhaps you'll suffer less, Jiu Demonic Flame said. Otherwise, I'll let you taste what it means to wish you were dead. On the side, Yu Qingqing did not speak, but her gaze was locked onto Lin Xian. She did not want others to know that Lin Xian might have obtained the earth essence, but she did not want to let Lin Xian go either. Stop talking nonsense and use whatever means you have. Lin Xian's sword energy surged. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Jiu Demonic Flame sneered and sent out the terrifying purple tear demonic hand. Rays of purple light flashed and formed 2 giant palms that quickly tore through the void. This was a unique skill of the Divine Bird Palace. It used the inextinguishable flames to form the palms and was extremely powerful. Crack, crack! The void shattered as if it was being torn apart. Rays of terrifying energy swept out and rushed toward Lin Xian. Yu Qingqing waved her azurite hand, covering the sky and grabbing downward. She also used her unique skill, the star-picking hand. The two of them formed a fierce attack and did not give Lin Xian a chance to escape. Lin Xian used the wind concept and the illusory demonic steps to dodge quickly. The terrifying energy was vast and mighty, causing the entire space to tremble violently. The sky was like boiling water, constantly shaking. Fortunately, the 3 of them were within 100 feet of the Linglong Pavilion, so their speed was abnormally slow, which gave Lin Xian a chance. Lin Xian used the wind concept to change the air around him and weaken the Linglong Pavilion's influence to the greatest extent. He quickly dodged the two attacks and then stopped. He held his sword with both hands, and his aura became abnormally fierce. Gale, lightning sword, mountain river break sword. He also used his unique skill. A giant, heavenly sword flew across the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Then, the giant, heavenly sword in the sky ruthlessly fell with an aura that could destroy everything. The giant sword slashed across the sky, and a terrifying aura enveloped the two of them. Chapter 5:22. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan's expressions were serious. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge their attacks in this muddy gravitational field. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian, a spirit transformation realm martial artist, had mastered such a terrifying martial art. It wasn't any weaker than their martial arts. Moreover, the two of them were affected by the gravitational field and weren't as fast as Lin Xian. However, the two of them were peak experts after all. They reacted in an instant. Yu Qingqing became one with the moon behind her. Like a fairy descending, her body emitted a bright light. She quickly retreated and disappeared from the spot like a ray of light. On the other side, Jiu Moyan's purple flames jumped and condensed into a pair of giant flame wings behind him. He flapped his wings and retreated as well. Seeing the two of them retreat, Lin Xian frowned and rushed forward with his sword. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once he left the gravitational field, he wouldn't be able to fight against two late-stage spirit detection realm martial artists. However, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan were even more terrifying than he had imagined. In an instant, they broke through the limit of 10 feet and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Both of them wanted to take down Lin Xian, so they gave up on resisting the Twinkle Gem Pagoda. In an instant, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan raised their power to the peak. A bright moon pressed down in all directions. Jiu Moyan's purple flame wings pushed his speed to the extreme as he rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged continuously and also ran into the distance. However, the two attacks in the sky were too powerful. They shook Lin Xian's blood and qi, and he was injured in the end. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered. He stabilized his body and quickly ran away. "Little thief, stay here!" Jiu Moyan roared. He reached out a giant palm that covered the sky and shrouded the ground. Lin Xian used the black dragon flame to cover his fist and punched out. Boom! The black dragon flame and the eternal purple flame collided. A sea of fire soared in the sky, and the void shattered. A terrifying heat wave spread out in all directions. "What?" The demonic flame angrily shouted. At the same time, he was greatly shocked. His eternal purple flames were extremely fierce. Even some senior martial artists would find it difficult to contend with them. However, Lin Xian was actually able to resist his undying flame, and even suppress it. "What is that black flame? It's so terrifying." He was horrified, and increasingly felt that people like Lin Xian could not be allowed to live. On the other side, Yu Qingqing seized the opportunity and quickly attacked. A bright moon slammed into Lin Xian's body and sent him flying. This attack directly knocked Lin Xian out of the range of the Linglong Pavilion. Suddenly, the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace and the Moon Embracing Pavilion raised their swords and struck out with terrifying attacks. Lin Xian felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break. This attack had indeed caused him to suffer a great loss. If it wasn't for the fact that his golden lightning body was so strong, he would have been sliced apart by now. He knew that he could not stay any longer and had to leave. Otherwise, if he was surrounded by these people, it would be difficult for him to escape. It was still too difficult for him to face a late-stage, spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Thinking of this, he fully activated his spirit energy and sent out several rays of sword energy. The ordinary disciples of the divine bird palace and the moon embracing pavilion were immediately sent flying. However, there were also a few mid-stage spirit detecting realm martial artists that firmly entangled Lin Xian, not allowing him to leave. In an instant, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Demonic Flame rushed over again. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He used the black dragon flame and formed a flame in front of him, dispersing everyone. Then, the wind shadow sword stabbed out, and a thunderfire annihilation quickly surged. Above the terrifying sword energy, the black dragon flame jumped, golden lightning surged, and the great dragon sword intent supported it. The power of this sword was extremely powerful. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Demonic Flame resisted and were pinned down. They could only watch as Xian Ben was sent flying into the distance. "We can't let him escape. Chase!" the two shouted angrily. In an instant, countless martial artists rushed out and chased after Lin Xian. Jiu Demonic Flame and Yu Qingqing took the lead. Zhao Ziki was anxious. She didn't know why, but she was actually worried about Lin Xian's safety. She blended into the crowd and followed him. Lin Xian was hit by the bright moon and suffered serious internal injuries, which caused his speed to be somewhat slow. In addition, Yu Qingqing and Jiu Mo Yan's continuous attacks made him even more dangerous. At the critical moment, he burned a part of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared at the end of the road. Split up and search. Once there's any news, report it immediately. Immediately, countless martial artists scattered in all directions, searching quickly. Lin Xian temporarily shook off the crowd and went to a corner of the palace to think about what to do next. Yu Qingcheng, Jiu Mo Yan, and the others would not let him go so easily. They would definitely search the entire palace for him. If he continued to stay here, it was very likely that he would be besieged again. However, he was extremely unwilling to give up the things in the Ling Long Pavilion. If he could break through to the spirit detecting realm, the situation would be different. Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had the essence of the earth on him. If he consumed it, it was only a matter of time before he broke through. However, there was no safe place for him to break through at the moment. Whoosh whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar as several auras rushed over. Obviously, someone was searching this place. Lin Xian frowned and got up to leave. At this moment, a voice appeared near him. "Follow me." "It's you." Lin Xian was stunned. He looked at Zhao Ziki with some surprise. Zhao Ziki sprinkled some powder around to eliminate the aura, and then quickly pulled Lin Xian away. "Why did you help me?" Lin Xian was surprised. Normally, if he was in danger, the happiest person would be Zhao Ziki. After all, she still had the black dragon seal in her body. However, Lin Xian did not expect that Zhao Ziki would help him escape. "Don't ask. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." Zhao Ziki pulled Lin Xian, her face slightly red. Although the two of them hid their auras, there were too many martial artists searching for Lin Xian. In the end, they were still discovered. After fighting and running, the two of them once again arrived near the ancient demon bull. "Humph! Boy, be obedient and surrender." Jiu Moyan sneered with the disciples of Divine Bird Palace. Yu Qingqing blocked the road with the people of Embracing Moon Pavilion. The road ahead was gone, and behind them was the cave of the ancient demon bull. It could be said that Lin Xian was completely blocked. "Boy, tell me your secret, and I may leave you a whole corpse." Jiu Moyan sneered. "Hand over that thing, and I can consider letting you go." On the other side, Yu Qingqing's voice was cold. "What should I do?" Zhao Ziki grabbed Lin Xian with a face full of fear. Lin Xian's face was cold. He drew a pattern on Zhao Ziki's body and took back the black dragon flame in her body. "You are free. Leave quickly," Lin Xian said. He did not want to drag the girl who saved him down. Zhao Ziki was stunned. She had wanted to get rid of the black dragon flame in her body countless times. She did not expect it to be in this situation. Moreover, there was a strong sense of loss in her heart. "No, I want to stay here. Maybe I can help you," Zhao Ziki said. "It's better that you hold me hostage. Maybe you can make Senior Sister you not dare to make a move. You really want to stay here?" Lin Xian asked. Chapter 5:23. Zhao Ziki nodded. "All right, I'll bring you away." Lin Xian pulled Zhao Ziki and looked around coldly. "You're still far from being able to take yours truly's life. Wash your necks obediently and wait. When yours truly returns, it will be the day of your death." Lin Xian's cold voice reverberated in the air. A dark sword appeared behind him and expanded rapidly. A black hole surrounded Lin Xian and Yu Qingqing. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. Jiao, Demonic Flame, and Yu Qingqing's hearts skipped a beat as they quickly took action to stop Lin Xian. However, they were too late. The black hole completely swallowed Lin Xian and Yu Qingqing before disappearing. "Ah, damn it!" Jiao, Demonic Flame, roared in anger after his attack missed. Just a little bit more, and he would have been able to capture Lin Xian and obtain his secrets. However, Lin Xian still managed to escape. Yu Qingqing was shocked as well. She did not expect Lin Xian to have such a method of escaping. "Junior brothering, hurry and check the location of that thief." Jiao, Demonic Flame, turned around and said. Behind him, Wuji nodded and used his senses to check the surroundings. "How is it? Have you found him?" Jiao, Demonic Flame, asked anxiously. Wuji nodded and revealed a strange expression. "Where is that thief?" Jiao, Demonic Flame, asked anxiously. The others also stretched their necks. They also wanted to know where Lin Xian had run off to. Wuji stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "If I'm not wrong, that person is right there." Everyone looked forward with a strange expression on their faces. Even Jiao, Demonic Flame, was stunned. "Junior brothering, are you sure? That's the cave of the ancient demon bull." In the dark cave, a black vortex appeared out of nowhere and expanded rapidly. Finally, two figures appeared. "Where are we?" Zhao Ziki grabbed Lin Xian's arm tightly as soon as she landed and looked around nervously. "Don't just stand there. Quickly hide our presence." Lin Xian's face was pale, and his voice was very weak. Zhao Ziki did not dare to delay. She then set up a formation to conceal their auras. Her actions were quick and almost instantaneous. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he sensed that their auras had disappeared. "If I'm not mistaken, this is the cave of the ancient demon bull." "What?" Zhao Ziki almost cried out in surprise. Her beautiful eyes widened as she carefully observed her surroundings. He originally thought that Lin Xian would leave the palace, but he didn't expect to return to such a dangerous place. She then asked in confusion, "Why are we here?" Could it be because of that black vortex? Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. "Humph." Zhao Ziki curled her lips and stopped asking. Then she hugged her knees and sat at the side. Lin Xian also sat down cross-legged. He quickly swallowed the spirit wine and circulated the cultivation technique to regulate his breathing. Not only did he suffer heavy internal injuries, but he had also used up almost all of his soul power to forcefully activate the devouring sword. Therefore, he had to recover as soon as possible. Half a day later, he opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm going to break through. Can you help me look after it?" Lin Xian asked. Seeing that Zhao Ziki agreed, Lin Xian took out a piece of earth essence. "For me?" Zhao Ziki was stunned when she saw Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian actually wanted to share such an important thing with her. "Are you sure you asked for it in the morning self-study session? You can't regret it. Take it. You saved my life. This is what you deserve." Lin Xian stuffed a piece of earth essence into her hand and then took out another piece to consume. He wanted to strengthen his body as quickly as possible and break through. Lin Xian chose the deepest part of the ancient demon bull cave. Moreover, their auras had already disappeared. As long as the ancient demon bull didn't carefully investigate the cave, it wouldn't be able to find them. Just as Lin Xian began to absorb the earth essence, Geodemonic Flame and the others outside looked gloomy. Junior Martial Brothering, you said that the thief is in the cave. Geodemonic Flame was stunned. He didn't believe that Lin Xian would enter the ancient demon bull's cave. Wu Ji was also speechless. He tried to sense Lin Xian's aura again, but he couldn't sense it anymore. Their auras have disappeared, but their last stop is definitely in the cave. Geodemonic Flame's face was gloomy. Then his body flashed, and he rushed toward the cave. However, before he even got close, a great void figure quickly rushed out, roaring angrily, shaking heaven and earth. The ancient demon bull held a bronze axe and rushed over, causing the ground to tremble. Geodemonic Flame had no choice but to retreat. When the ancient demon bull saw Geodemonic Flame and the others, its eyes turned red. Then it rushed toward them. Oh no, retreat! Everyone was frightened and retreated. They didn't dare to get close. Senior Martial Brother Joe, what should we do now? Leave a few disciples here. If you find that kid, send a signal immediately. The rest of you, follow me to the Ling Long Pavilion, Geodemonic Flame said angrily. Soon after, Yu Qingcheng made the same decision, and the two of them quickly left. Lin Xian held a piece of earth essence in his hand. Then he activated the longevity chant and began to absorb the energy inside. Streaks of white light surrounded its body, forming a white curtain of light. When Zhao Ziki saw this, she quickly controlled the array to cover all the aura and scene. Outsiders couldn't see what was going on inside, nor could they sense any aura. The white light screen surrounded Lin Xian, and then a stream of life essence flowed into his body. This was the purest form of life essence, without any impurities. When the energy entered his body, it quickly merged with his body and began to transform it. Time flew, and a day and night passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the ancient demon bull came in once, which scared Zhao Ziki so much that she almost screamed. Fortunately, the demon bull didn't find anything and left quickly. The light outside Lin Xian's body dissipated and rushed into his body. Then he opened his eyes. He had completely absorbed that piece of earth essence. He could sense the changes in his body. His physique had been greatly improved, and his flesh, blood, and bones had all been improved. Every inch of his muscles contained powerful strength. Zhao Ziki looked over, and then she was shocked. This was because she saw a faint brilliance flowing on the surface of Lin Xian's body. It was very delicate, like the skin of a baby. She had only seen this situation on supremacies. She didn't expect Lin Xian's physique to meet this condition. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Xian's body was strong enough to compete with supremacies. Instead, it meant that his life level was already on par with supremacies. A cultivator's cultivation was to continuously strengthen and break through, allowing the body to enter a higher level of life. Although Lin Xian was still in the spirit transformation realm, his life level had already broken through to the supremacies. In other words, from now to the supremacies, he didn't have any bottlenecks in each realm. As long as his cultivation level reached a certain level, he would be able to advance. One had to know that this was very terrifying. Chapter 5:24. Not every prodigy could reach the venerable realm. Many prodigies were stuck in this realm and couldn't break through. The venerable realm was a huge dividing line that blocked most cultivators from advancing. Once you crossed it, you would become a powerhouse. After learning this news, Zhao Ziki was wild with joy and excitement. She also had a piece of earth essence, which meant that she could also reach the venerable realm. Feeling the changes brought to his body by the earth essence, Lin Xian didn't stop and refined it again. One day later, he absorbed another piece of earth essence water. The brilliance on the surface of his body became even brighter, as if mysterious meridians were flowing through his body. However, this time his physique had a substantial breakthrough, and he was still stuck in the venerable realm. However, what made him happy was that the pure energy of the earth essence allowed him to directly break through to the early stage of the spirit detecting realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It seems that taking the earth essence many times doesn't have much effect on improving my physique. Lin Xian thought. He still had 2 pieces of earth essence water. This time he didn't use them again and carefully stored them away. Being able to reach the venerable realm and smoothly break through to the early stage of the spirit detecting realm was already a great harvest for him. Now he could already contend with a late-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist. Jiu Moyin, Divine Bird Palace, wash your necks and wait for this young master. Lin Xian clenched his fists. However, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he turned to Zhao Ziki and said, "You also take the earth essence water. I'll protect you." Zhao Ziki was happy and quickly absorbed the earth essence water. One day later, her life force also reached the venerable realm. Because she was already at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, she smoothly broke through to the spirit detecting realm. Zhao Ziki cheered excitedly like a child. "Okay, it's time to go out." Lin Xian used the devouring sword again. A huge black hole instantly wrapped around the 2 of them, and they disappeared from the cave. "Damn, where did that kid go?" "Yeah, it's been 3 days, and we haven't even seen his shadow." Senior brother Ing didn't see wrong, right? That's the cave of the ancient demonic bull. How could a human enter? Who knows? Anyway, we'll just wait here. Several Divine Bird Palace disciples complained. However, they did not know that a black figure was running towards them at high speed. Whoosh! Before a Divine Bird Palace martial artist could react, a bloody hole appeared on his neck. He covered the hole with both hands, and the light in his eyes quickly disappeared. With a loud crash, he fell to the ground. The expressions of the other 2 martial artists changed drastically. They immediately wanted to send out a signal, but the sword light was even faster. An early-stage spirit detecting realm cultivator was cut open, and the mid-stage spirit detecting realm disciple had one of his arms cut off. The signal flare in his hand fell to the ground. He screamed as he turned into a streak of light and retreated in fear. "Brat, you're dead for sure. You still dare to come out now." That cultivator looked at Lin Xian with a vicious expression. He didn't expect that in just 3 days, not only had Lin Xian recovered from his heavy injuries, but he had also turned the tables on him. 2 dead and 1 injured in a single move. The middle stage spirit detecting realm martial artist didn't think about anything else and quickly retreated. He was running for his life. Besides them, there were other martial artists around, so the news of Lin Xian's appearance spread quickly. However, it wasn't certain whether he could leave or not. "Wanna leave?" Lin Shui sneered. He flicked out a wisp of black dragon flame and instantly caught up to that figure. The black flame burned like the flames of hell and instantly enveloped that martial artist. In an instant, he was burned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of him behind. The martial artists who were still investigating the situation felt their eyelids twitch, and they quickly left. It was too terrifying. Not only had Lin Xian recovered, but he was even stronger than before. He could actually kill a middle-stage spirit detecting realm martial artist in an instant. Since Lin Xian had decided to make a move, he didn't want to hide anything, so he didn't chase after the surrounding martial artists. His figure flashed, and he quickly ran toward the Ling Long Pavilion. This time he had to get the thing inside the Ling Long Pavilion. Although Zhao Ziki's cultivation had increased, she wasn't a battle-type martial artist, so she didn't follow. Many martial artists were resting near the Ling Long Pavilion. This included Yi Linyan, Yu Qingqing, and the others. In the past 3 days, they had thought of many methods, but they hadn't succeeded in entering the Ling Long Pavilion. Not good, not good. That little thief has appeared again. One by one, the scouts rushed over to report the situation. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that person to dare to appear again. Where is he? Dove Demonic Flame suddenly stood up, and the purple flames on his body jumped. He didn't see the people he sent out return to report. Damn it, what are those 3 guys doing? They didn't even come to report. The 3 senior brothers have been killed by that little thief, a martial artist from an affiliated sect said. What? Dove Demonic Flame was furious. Where is he? Take me there quickly. This time he had to catch him. That little thief was too hateful. He didn't kill anyone else but the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace. It was clear that he wanted to fight the Divine Bird Palace to the death. Such a person had to be eliminated. No need to look for him. I'm here, a cold shout came. Then a figure rushed over from the distance, as fast as lightning. At first he was still far away, but in the blink of an eye he was in front of everyone. Kid, you're really dead. Dove Demonic Flame's expression was ferocious. He gathered his men and sealed off the surroundings. Yu Qingqing also stood up. She was like a fairy from another world, cold and unparalleled. This time, she would not let him escape. Dove Demonic Flame was the most angry, so he didn't hesitate to summon a giant hand that covered the sky. Yu Qingqing held the bright moon seal in her hand. Her eyes flashed as she waited for an opportunity. Last time, she had seized the opportunity to suddenly attack and seriously injure Lin Xian. However, this time, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He held the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Sword Qi flashed, and the terrifying sword Qi slashed the flaming palm. The two collided, and a terrifying energy burst out. The giant hand that covered the sky was split in half in front of everyone's horrified eyes, and then the sword Qi disappeared. What? That little thief resisted it. Everyone was shocked and couldn't think straight. That was an attack from a martial artist at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. It could definitely kill any martial artist below the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. 3 days ago, that little thief didn't dare to take it head-on and could only rely on his speed to dodge. But now he had broken the opponent's attack with one sword. Wasn't this change too fast? It had to be known that after entering the 3 realms of the spirit detecting realm, it was very difficult to advance in each realm. It was not something that could be done in 1 or 2 days. It often took 3 to 5 years to break through a small realm, and this was for a genius martial artist. If it was an ordinary martial artist, it would take dozens of years. But this little thief's strength had doubled in just 3 days. This speed was terrifying. Chapter 5:25. Jiu Moyin was even more shocked. He was very clear about his own strength. This time, he was not affected by the pavilion of delicacy. This was his true strength. However, his opponent was able to break through his attack. This made him feel unreal. It was obvious that his opponent's strength was on the same level as his. He found it hard to accept. Yu Qingqing frowned. She quickly sensed Lin Xian's cultivation, and her expression changed. The aura of the spirit detecting realm. You've broken through. As soon as she said that, everyone exclaimed. Then, they tried their best to sense Lin Xian's cultivation. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. 3 days ago, Lin Xian was still at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Now he had become a spirit detecting realm martial artist. Wasn't his cultivation rising a little too fast? Even a peerless genius would need several years to break through from the late stage of the spirit transformation realm to the spirit detecting realm. This guy must have some heaven-defying treasure to be able to break through in such a short time. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. I guessed right. You took the earth essence. At this point, Yu Qingqing could no longer hide anything. What? He stole the earth essence. Everyone went crazy. The earth essence was a heaven-defying treasure that could change a martial artist's life level. It was a treasure that even honorable ones would be tempted by. No wonder this little thief could break through so quickly. It turned out that he had such a heaven-defying treasure. Even Yi Linyan, who had his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at Lin Xian. Do you really have the essence of the earth? His voice trembled slightly. Obviously, he was also very jealous of the earth essence. Yes, but I ate it. Lin Xian shrugged. Even if you kill me now, you won't get the earth essence. He's lying. Everyone, let's attack together. Zhu Moyan shouted coldly. Yu Qingqing also turned to Yi Linyan and said, let's take him down together and share the earth essence equally. Hearing that, Yi Linyan was a little tempted. He did not completely believe Lin Xian's words. You want to fight? Then come at me. Lin Xian roared. Golden lightning runes flashed all over his body, making him look like a golden god of war. Countless black dragon flames danced around him like the flames of hell. You want to fight? Then come at me. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind like a god of war. That shocking aura immediately stunned everyone. Many cultivators retreated, not daring to step forward, disregarding everything else. Just the black dragon flame alone was not something they could contend against. The flames were like the flames of hell, more terrifying than the eternal flames of the divine bird palace. Even a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm would be reduced to ashes. Others were afraid, but Jiao Mo Yen and Yu Qingqing were not afraid at all. The two of them also emitted powerful auras as they quickly approached Lin Xian. Yi Linyan stood up, and a sharp sword emanated from his body. Although he did not attack, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and waved his long sword, sending out several sword lights. At the same time, the black dragon flame on his body rolled, forming a giant black dragon that roared and charged forward. Sword Chi Dragon. In an instant, a sword Chi Azure Dragon rushed toward Yu Qingqing, while a black fire dragon clawed at Jiao Mo Yen. Both forces were abnormally powerful, filling the entire space as if they were going to tear it apart. Yu Qingqing's expression was serious. She used the bright moon seal and quickly counterattacked. Jiao Mo Yen was even more furious. This little bastard dared to fight one against two. He was obviously looking down on him. The eternal purple flames on his body danced, forming a pair of flame wings that swept in all directions. Lin Xian roared to the sky like a god of war. He quickly waved the wind shadow sword, combining the essences of wind and thunder to form a sword chi of wind and thunder that swept in all directions. The next moment, he used the thunder fire annihilation. Thunder and fire intertwined violently. He was fighting Yu Qingqing and Jiao Mo Yen, two late-stage spirit detecting realm experts alone. Sword chi flew, bright moon sword and flames filled the sky. All kinds of terrifying scenes appeared one after another, causing the entire space to boil. Everyone was even more shocked. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight two powerful experts by himself. Not only that, he seemed to be getting braver as he fought. On the tip of the sword, countless sword chi rotated, forming a bright moon of sword chi that blasted toward Yu Qingqing. At the same time, he slashed out sword chi again. The black dragon flame intertwined, forming a black phoenix that pounced toward Jiao Mo Yen. Apart from the different colors, the power was almost the same as the two's ultimate attacks. Humph! It's not that easy to imitate an ultimate technique. Yu Qingqing shouted. Her hands formed a seal, and a bright moon spun, blasting toward Lin Xian's sword chi. Jiao Mo Yen was also furious. His opponent had actually imitated their attack. This was simply a provocation. Little bastard, you're courting death. A terrifying power exploded, forming a rolling wave that covered all directions. What? Impossible! Yu Qingcheng was shocked. In that moment, she felt like she was facing the bright moon seal. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if her opponent had also used the bright moon seal. Jiao Yen was even more furious. His flames had been extinguished by his opponent. This was something that was impossible in the past. For a moment, the two experts were shocked and looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Lin Xian held his sword and stood proudly. Those attacks were naturally evolved from his great dragon sword will. The great dragon sword was an offensive saint technique. He had only obtained a trace of it, and it was already so powerful. If he obtained the real great dragon sword, one could imagine how terrifying his combat strength would be. Yi Linyun's eyes shone. He stared at Lin Xian and said loudly, "You're not bad. You're worthy of my full strength." However, Lin Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Why don't we destroy the pavilion of delicacy together, and then we'll see who's stronger?" Hearing this, Yi Linyun was slightly stunned and then fell into deep thought. Lin Xian's strength was similar to his, and the power of his sword was similar to his. If the two of them worked together, it was indeed possible to destroy the pavilion of delicacy. Okay. Yi Linyun nodded in agreement. This change shocked Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan. Yi Linyun was arrogant and had always disdained to work together with others. But now he wanted to work together with Lin Xian. This meant that in his heart he had recognized Lin Xian's strength. Damn thief, I'll let you have some fun first. Once we destroy the pavilion of delicacy, it'll be your death. Jiao Moyan snorted in his heart. Yu Qingqing also sighed. It seemed that regardless of whether Lin Xian had the earth essence or not, she would not be able to get it. She might as well focus on destroying the pavilion of delicacy. She might be able to get 1 or 2 treasures inside. Just as Lin Xian and Yi Linyun were working together, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan had also reached an agreement and decided to attack together. The 4 experts working together shocked the surrounding people. The pavilion of delicacy had been troubling them for many days. Now that the 4 experts were working together, they would definitely be able to destroy it. Lin Xian and the others quickly moved forward and soon arrived within 10 feet of the pavilion of delicacy. Then, the 4 of them used their techniques and quickly moved forward. Not long after, they were once again within 5 feet. Chapter 5:26. For a moment, Lin Xian's expression became serious. Last time he was attacked by the blood-red sword qi from the pavilion of delicacy, which exposed his identity and led to him being surrounded. After 3 days, he came here again. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Yi Linyun. Then he stepped out. Boom! The pavilion of delicacy emitted a dazzling light. The aura above shook, and a hazy blood-red light appeared. It quickly formed a blood-red sword qi and slashed toward Lin Xian. Attack! Lin Xian shouted. 80% of the great dragon sword intent gushed out. Together with the black dragon flame, the terrifying sword qi slashed toward the sky. The 2 sword qis collided, and the entire space trembled. However, the blood-red sword qi was too powerful. It quickly suppressed Lin Xian's sword qi and was about to slash down. At this moment, a mysterious sword diagram appeared and rushed toward the blood-red sword qi. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun's attacks seemed to be able to resist the blood-red sword qi. The blood-red sword qi trembled and emitted an aura even more terrifying than the great success sword intent. Lin Xian and Yi Linyun's attacks gradually weakened, as if they would shatter at any moment. At this moment, Yi Linyun frowned and shouted, "Why aren't you 2 attacking?" Hearing this, Yu Qingqing and Jiao Moyan did not hold back either. They quickly attacked the blood-red sword qi. A large green-gold hand held a bright moon and quickly blasted toward the sky. The geo-demonic flame waved, and a purple immortal flame bird flew upward. The four experts all used their unique skills. All of their terrifying power landed on the blood-red sword chi. The sky was in chaos. In the end, the four joined forces and finally repelled the blood-red sword chi. Lin Xian and the others were overjoyed by this outcome. They quickly advanced. However, when they reached 10 meters, they encountered the blood-red sword chi again. This time, it was even more violent. The four joined forces and attacked quickly. This time it took a longer time, but they finally shattered the sword chi. After that, there was no more terrifying sword chi. What followed was a monstrous aura that seemed to tear people apart. Lin Xian and the others all displayed their strength and began to resist the pressure as they walked towards the door of light. Lin Xian was the best at resisting invisible forces like pressure. Activating the devouring sword in his body, Lin Xian absorbed the formless pressure. Instantly, he felt his body lighten and his blood flow become much smoother. With a grin, Lin Xian's figure flickered, quickly disappearing into the light door. So fast! How is this possible? Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan couldn't believe it. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Linyan also frowned, although he acknowledged Lin Xian's strength. In his opinion, Lin Xian was still inferior to him, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to display such speed at the last moment. One had to know that even he had to resist this kind of pressure with all his might. He snorted coldly and activated his greater success sword with all his might. The dazzling sword light on his body flickered incomparably. At that moment, he even used his trump card and quickly walked toward the door of light. He didn't want to waste so much energy only to have the thing taken away by someone else. However, before he could get close to the door of light, the entire pavilion of delicacy suddenly shone brightly and then quickly shrank. Like a bubble, the pavilion of delicacy became illusory and the surrounding air was distorted. What happened? Everyone in the distance was shocked and looked over. Yi Linyan and the others were even more shocked. Did Lin Xian get that thing? The light of the pavilion of delicacy gradually converged and gradually became transparent, finally forming a spiritual power storm. After the light disappeared, the scene inside the pavilion of delicacy was revealed. They looked up and saw a person's back. "It's that little thief," Jiu Moyan exclaimed. He glanced around but didn't find any other treasures. "Where is it? Did that boy really get it?" He roared to the sky, feeling very unwilling. As a peerless genius of the divine bird palace, how could he be inferior to a boy? However, before he could vent his anger, an unusually fierce and violent aura shrouded the area. Jiu Moyan's face changed greatly. Before he could defend himself, he was blasted away. Lin Xian didn't feel good either. His body felt as if it had been pierced by countless ice swords. It was extremely painful. He stepped back step by step, cracking the hard ground. As he stepped back, everyone could finally see the scene in front of them. A drop of scarlet blood exuded a terrifying pressure. Above it, it exuded a terrifying sword essence that had surpassed the profound sword essence. An aura that surpassed the profound sword essence? Was it the perfect sword essence? Lin Xian was shocked. Yi Linyan was also happy. His eyes were shining as he stared at the drop of blood. The drop of blood was exposed to the air, and then it exuded a monstrous aura that made everyone collapse to the ground. What is this aura? It's so uncomfortable. No, the blood in my body feels like it's going to explode. The surrounding warriors were terrified. They struggled to crawl away, trying to get rid of the terrifying suppression. Only Lin Xian and a few others were still holding on. He and Yi Linyan released powerful sword essences to resist the shocking sword essence. Of demonic flames, bloodlines surged, and the phantom of a three-headed vermilion blood bird appeared behind him. He originally had a thin divine bird bloodline, but under the suppression of the drop of blood, his bloodline power was stimulated. The phantom of the three-headed vermilion blood bird was very faint, but it was very intelligent. Its cold eyes stared the drop of blood on the ground, and it was abnormally nervous. What kind of blood could make the three-headed vermilion blood bird so nervous? Lin Xian was puzzled. "This is the blood of a king," Lord Alcohol said. "And it's a king of the sword Dao." A king? Lin Xian was shocked. Above the supremacy realm was the king realm. There were no such figures in the Tianan region. Even in the Tianwu region, they were the top existences. He didn't expect to see the blood essence of a king here. Furthermore, the sword essence contained within it was extremely sharp. It made him feel suffocated. This blood has existed for too long. Otherwise, just the pressure alone would be enough to kill all of you, Lord Alcohol said. The more Lin Xian heard, the more shocked he became. At the same time, he was deeply curious about a king. He wanted to know how powerful a warrior who was more powerful than a supremacy was. If I can obtain this king's blood, I should be able to improve my dragon sword intent again, Lin Xian guessed. The last time his sword intent had greatly improved, it was because he had obtained a withered tree with 3 sword scars. Now, the sword intent in the king's blood was much stronger than before. It should be able to allow him to reach the great success stage. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Thinking of this, he looked at the king's blood with a burning gaze. Yi Linyan and the others also had the same idea. Yi Linyan wanted to comprehend sword intent, while Demonic Flame wanted to improve his bloodline power. Although Yu Qingqing wasn't a swordsman and didn't have bloodline power, she knew how precious the king's blood was. If she brought it back to the sect and offered it to the sect's elders, it would definitely be a great merit. At that time, she would receive an unimaginable reward. Therefore, she also wanted to obtain the king's blood. The 4 of them had different thoughts, but their goal was the same. They all wanted the king's blood. "This king's blood is mine," Yi Linyun said firmly. Chapter 5:27. This is an ownerless item. Who knows who it belongs to? Demonic Flame coldly snorted. Although he was afraid of Yi Linyan, it was impossible for him to give up the king's blood just like that. "All right then, let's fight for it with our strength." Yu Qingqing stretched out her star-picking hand and quickly grabbed at it. His palm was hazy and illusory. This was the moon-embracing pavilion's consummate skill, the star-plucking hand. It was rumored that once one mastered it, they would be able to pluck the true form. Now, they were using it to seize the blood of kings. It was extremely effective. Yi Linyun snorted coldly as he unsheathed his sword. Sword Qi quickly slashed towards the star-picking hand. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He immediately used the devouring sword, wanting to devour the king's blood. A pitch-black sword appeared, and a black vortex appeared at the tip of the sword as if it could devour everything. His king bloodline trembled and emitted a terrifying light. It formed streaks of sword qi that slashed out in all directions. This sword energy was incomparably sharp. It could break mountains and rivers, cut the sun and moon. Any martial artist below the late stage of the spirit detecting realm would die upon contact. These sword qis gathered together to form a blood-red longsword, resisting the pitch-black devouring sword. The other 3 were even more shocked and furious. They quickly attacked. "Brat, you're courting death. Leave behind the king's sword." Demonic Flame was furious. Flames danced behind his back, forming a pair of flaming wings that were dozens of feet long. Like a world-destroying heavenly blade, they slashed towards Lin Xian. The blood of a king was extremely precious. If he could obtain it, he would definitely be able to raise the power of his bloodline to the extreme. There was even a possibility that he would return to his ancestral roots. At that time, he might have the opportunity to become a successor disciple of the divine Bird Palace. Therefore, no matter what, he would not give up on this king's blood. For a moment, all kinds of terrifying attacks were directed at Lin Xian, trying to tear him apart. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian left a series of afterimages in the air, dodging like a bubble. He made up his mind and urged the devouring sword to increase its devouring power. The king's blood vibrated even more violently, as if it would disappear at any moment. Originally, with the strength of Yi Linyun and the others, it was impossible for them to seize the blood. However, the sword of devouring was too terrifying. With the support of Lin Xian, it seemed to be able to devour the blood. Lin Xian activated the devouring sword as if he had gone mad. Above the black sword, the vortex spun rapidly, forming a strange and unpredictable force. In the next moment, it sucked the blood away and disappeared. "Leave behind the blood of a king!" Yi Linyun roared in anger. He slashed out with his long sword, sending out streaks of sword light. Yu Qingqing and Jiu Moyan also roared. They no longer held back and took out their trump cards to face Lin Xian. All of a sudden, all sorts of terrifying attacks were launched, shattering the entire void. However, Lin Xian was already prepared. After he devoured the king's blood, he immediately used the devouring sword and escaped from the space. The black vortex enveloped his body and swallowed him into the darkness. After that, Lin Xian completely disappeared. Jiu Moyan went crazy. Purple flames shot out and burned the whole area. However, no matter how angry he was, he could not find any trace of Lin Xian. "Search with all our might. We must find this thief." The three of them were furious. They decided to launch an all-out search. The forest was thick and dense. At this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the sky. A black hole appeared out of thin air and quickly expanded. Then a figure jumped out of the black hole and landed on the ground. This figure was Lin Xian. However, he was not in a good state at the moment. Using the devouring sword consumed a lot of soul power. Lin Xian had used the devouring sword twice, and it was already beyond his endurance. If it were not for his strong will, he would have fainted already. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He quickly scattered some powder on his body and set up a formation. This formation was given to him by Zhao Ziki. It was used to hide his presence and avoid being tracked. He had stolen the blood of a king. Those people would definitely go crazy looking for him. Therefore, he had to hide carefully. Otherwise, in his current state, if he was found, the consequences would be terrible. However, Lin Xian was not too worried. As long as his soul power recovered, he would not need to be afraid of anyone while comprehending the sword intent in Wang's blood. In the evening, the setting sun cast the entire forest into darkness. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a huge tree trunk and quickly recovered. Not long after, he opened his eyes. The soul power he had consumed was completely recovered. The next step was to comprehend the blood of a king. He summoned the snow-white monkey to protect him while his soul power entered the mysterious small sword. There, a drop of scarlet blood floated, emitting a terrifying aura. The scarlet light flashed and turned into a blood-red long sword. Lin Xian used the dragon sword intent to attack and triggered the terrifying sword intent in the blood of a king. Then the monstrous sword intent surged out as if it was going to destroy everything. Lin Xian focused and quickly comprehended. The space in the mysterious small sword was very magical. It did not care about the destruction of the king's sword intent. Moreover, Lin Xian was surprised to find that his comprehension in the mysterious small sword seemed to have increased greatly. The originally hazy bottleneck of the great success of the sword intent was now very clear. It was as if he could cross it at any time. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending the great success of the sword intent, the entire Lost Lands was surging with undercurrents. The 3 six-star sects had joined forces with their subsidiary sects and launched a large-scale search to capture Lin Xian. The Lost Lands was originally controlled by the 3 major forces. Now that all of them were on the move, it could be said that Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian also knew that the situation was urgent. He had to comprehend the great success of the sword intent. Otherwise, it would be difficult to resist the anger of the 3 6-star sections. 3 days later, a dazzling sword light burst out from his body. The terrifying sword aura turned into a true dragon and roared at the sky. At this moment, all the demonic beasts within 100 miles were prostrated on the ground, trembling. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls. The dragon's roar made them unable to resist. The nearby martial artists were also shocked. The sword aura was too terrifying. It made their hearts tremble. Could it be that thief? Quickly report that we found the target. No one dared to delay. They quickly sent out signals to inform Yi Linyun and the others. Soon, countless martial artists rushed over. Everyone joined forces and formed a circle, rushing toward the source of the sword aura. On the giant tree, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned into rays of sword light, tearing the space in front of him. Is this the great success of the sword intent? It's so powerful. He clenched his fists and smiled. Then he frowned. He sensed a large number of martial artists chasing after him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he raised his arm. These people joined forces to search for him. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? In the next moment, his arm fell, and a sword aura that was hundreds of feet long was released. The sword aura was swift and fierce. It was like a true dragon rushing forward. Wherever it passed, the mountain rocks shattered and the ground caved in. Ah no! The martial artists who were chasing after him screamed in horror and quickly retreated. However, they were still one step too late. The huge sword aura fell and enveloped countless people. Chapter 5:28. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire earth to tremble. Mountains collapsed one after another, and countless trees were swept away by the strong winds, turning into pieces under the sword chi. This sword was too terrifying. It killed more than 10 early-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was terrifying. The surviving martial artists trembled and fled. They no longer dared to chase after Lin Xian. It was too terrifying. Even Yi Linyun and the other 2 top experts might not be able to create such a terrifying aura. After repelling everyone with one sword, Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly disappeared. After reaching greater success in sword intent, his perception of the great dragon sword had become clearer. Now was the time to go find it. Not long after he left, Jiu Moyan, Yu Qingqing, and the others quickly arrived. They looked at the bottomless sword scar in silence. Judging from the aura emanating from him, Lin Xian had already surpassed them. Jiu Moyan's expression was ferocious as he clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. It had only been a few days, and Lin Xian had surpassed him from an ant. He couldn't accept this. Yu Qingqing also sighed. Lin Xian's growth was too fast. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before they were no match for Lin Xian. In the forest, Yi Linyun looked at the 1,000-meter-long sword scar with a serious expression. He then turned into a sword light and rushed forward. His mentality was different from Jiu Moyan and Yu Qingqing. As a swordsman, he had to fight with Lin Xian. Lin Xian was moving in the direction he sensed. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching from behind. He abruptly turned his head and saw a beam of sword chi rushing over from behind. Wherever it passed, the trees on both sides were cut in half. The sword chi was too sharp. It destroyed everything around it. Nothing could stop it. Yi Linyun! Lin Xian stopped with a serious expression. He had to admit that his opponent was an outstanding swordsman. Whoosh! The sword light arrived in front of Lin Xian and instantly stopped. The terrifying sword chi turned into a sword wave slicing through the air in all directions. Yi Linyun's figure also appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. His body was filled with sword intent, and he looked like an unsheathed divine sword. Mastery of sword intent. You've really broken through to mastery of sword intent. Yi Linyun looked at Lin Xian, his voice trembling slightly. Needless to say, this was definitely the effect of the king's blood. If he had obtained the king's blood back then his sword intent would most likely have taken a step closer and reached the great perfection realm. No one can take away what belongs to me, and you are no exception. Yi Linyun pulled out the ancient sword on his back. Holding the ancient sword, Yi Linyun's sword chi became even stronger. If it was before, Lin Xian really wouldn't have been confident. But now that he had reached the large success stage of sword intent, he didn't fear Yi Linyun at all. He believed that the great success of the great dragon's sword intent was definitely stronger than his opponent's sword intent. You're very strong, but you can't beat me. Lin Xian was very confident. Humph, arrogant. Yi Linyun shouted angrily. He had never been underestimated before. Although Lin Xian had also comprehended the great success stage of sword intent, he didn't believe that his opponent's sword intent was stronger than his. After all, he had comprehended the great success stage of sword intent for quite some time. In terms of using sword intent, he could definitely crush his opponent. Thinking of this, he stabbed out with the ancient sword in his hand, and a monstrous spiritual energy erupted. The sword chi was like a rainbow that quickly streaked across the void. Wherever it passed, small spatial cracks appeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian held the wind shadow sword and used the sword drawing technique. The wind and thunder sword chi struck out, and the sword slashed at the ancient sword. Bang! The two swords collided, forming sword waves that spread out in all directions. The earth shook, and the surrounding trees were cut in half. Countless sword chi appeared in the air and flew in all directions. After one strike, the entire earth was covered in wounds. Seeing that the ancient sword was blocked, Yi Linyun's pupils shrank. Then he swept his sword across, and countless sword chi flew out. Every sword chi was terrifying and contained great success stage sword intent. Hundreds of sword chi attacked together, and all of them blasted toward Lin Xian. This attack was very terrifying, and very few people in the spirit detecting realm could block it. Lin Xian's body suddenly stopped, and the wind shadow sword drew a half moon in front of him. The great success stage dragon sword intent merged into the sword chi, and the moon-breaking sword chi flew out. The huge arc-shaped sword chi was like a crescent moon, and it instantly split apart all of Yi Linyun's sword radiance. Then it quickly slashed down. Poof! Yi Linyun's body retreated rapidly, and his figure was erratic. He was extremely shocked. He used his speed to the extreme, and only then did he barely dodge the crescent sword chi. How is this possible? They both had great success stage sword intent, but why was his opponent's sword intent so sharp that it could split all of his attacks in one move? This didn't make sense at all. One had to know that he was a peerless genius of the Deity sword villa, and he had comprehended great success stage sword intent for 2 years. In terms of mastery and use of sword intent, he was absolutely confident that he could crush Lin Xian. However, reality hit him in the head. In front of Lin Xian, his great success stage sword intent couldn't even withstand a single blow. He couldn't accept it. Impossible. Suppress him. Yi Linyun shouted, and his sword intent intertwined, forming a mysterious sword diagram. The sword diagram was at a loss, and it emitted an unpredictable aura, as if it could envelop heaven and earth. Yi Linyun waved the ancient sword, and controlled the sword diagram to suppress Lin Xian. The mysterious sword diagram released tens of thousands of sword chi, and even the void couldn't withstand it. Lin Xian focused. He had already seen the power of the sword diagram, and it was terrifying. However, Now that he had reached great success stage sword intent, he wasn't afraid of the sword diagram at all. On the wind shadow sword, the black dragon flame danced, and it emitted scorching energy. A black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws was born along with the sword chi, and it quickly flew over. Boom! In the next moment, it dashed out and occupied the entire space, and its huge dragon claws slapped the sword diagram. The black dragon flame danced and burned, and the sword chi destroyed the sword diagram. Yi Linyun's mysterious sword diagram was completely suppressed by the black dragon flame, and the light on it dimmed. "Take my strongest attack." Lingyun gritted his teeth and said. Then all the spiritual energy in his body surged and poured into the sword diagram. The dim sword diagram emitted a dazzling light again, and sword intent intertwined to form a mysterious sword, emitting a shocking aura. The sword diagram and the divine sword rushed out quickly, slashing toward Lin Xian. The divine sword was only 3 feet long, but it seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth, and it quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Sword of Nirvana! Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword, and with a stab, everything fell silent. He had comprehended this move from the blood of a king, and it was extremely powerful. He had comprehended a total of 3 moves, and this sword of Nirvana was one of them. An aura of death was emitted, and it quickly collided with the divine sword diagram. Chi-Chi, the originally bright, divine sword diagram, quickly dimmed under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, as if its energy had been drained. What kind of sword technique is this? Yi Linyun was shocked. This move was too strange, and it directly made his sword diagram disappear. He wanted to counterattack, but Lin Xian was already in front of him. Chapter 5:29. With a flash of sword light, it pierced through Yi Linyun's defense. The terrifying sword intent instantly left a bloody hole in his shoulder. Yi Linyun retreated frantically in fear. However, Lin Xian was even faster. He waved his left palm and struck Yi Linyun's chest, sending him flying. "You've lost." Lin Xian sheathed his sword with a cold expression. Then he turned around and left, quickly disappearing. His strength had already surpassed Yi Linyun's, so there was no point in continuing the fight. Yi Linyun lay on the ground, his eyes losing their luster. He had always claimed to be a sword genius and had never taken anyone seriously. When he first met Lin Xian, although he did not show it, he still felt disdain in his heart. However, today the person he despised had actually defeated him. This was undoubtedly a deep irony to him. He knew that Lin Xian had already become his inner demon. If he did not resolve it, his sword skills would probably not improve in this lifetime. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures rushed over from behind and landed on the tree branches. These 2 people were Ju Moyan and Yu Qingcheng. They were originally chasing after Lin Xian, but when they saw Yi Linyun's situation, they were all stunned. Even someone as powerful as Yi Linyun had been defeated. Were they still going to chase after him? Lin Xian naturally did not know this. He followed the perception of the great dragon sword and quickly ran into the forest. The trees in front of him became sparse, and a mountain range appeared. In the mountain range, there was a huge palace floating. Lin Xian sensed that the great dragon sword seemed to be in the palace. He did not delay any longer and turned into a stream of light, flying away. After approaching, he saw the huge palace clearly. It was a dark red palace. It was surrounded by black lightning, emitting a wild and desolate aura. On the stone pillars, there were all kinds of ancient beasts carved. The workmanship was amazing. What was even more shocking was that the entire palace sat on a pile of bones. Those bones were very large. The shortest was dozens of feet long, while the longest was hundreds of feet long. There were even some that were close to 10,000 feet. These bones were piled together, forming a white bone mountain. The great, desolate palace sat on top of the bone mountain. The two scenes gave people a very shocking visual impact. Lin Xian took a deep breath and transformed into a bolt of lightning as he quickly approached. Soon, he arrived in front of the palace. His surrounding soul power probed forward, but it was blocked by a mysterious power. Even though he was so close to it, he still felt that the palace was like a dream, as if it shouldn't exist. This feeling was too strange. It was something he had never experienced before. "Be careful, I sense an unusual aura." Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. "Yes." Lin Xian nodded and cautiously walked forward. In the next moment, his expression changed greatly, and his body moved 10 meters to the side. The space where he was originally standing cracked open. Countless wind blades appeared and shattered the space. "You're that thief? Interesting." A mocking voice sounded. "Humph, he's only a so-so. In my opinion, he can't even withstand a single blow. I can crush him to death with a single finger." This voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He turned around and his expression changed. There was a figure standing on a nearby hill. This person was very strange. He had a body with 2 heads, one on the left and one on the right. One was a man and the other was a woman. How was this a person? This was clearly a monster. At that moment, the 2 heads were looking at Lin Xian with eyes filled with malice. "Hee, big brother, look at that thief's shocked expression. He's so cute. I really want to cut off his head and hug it. Cute my ass. I must chop him into mincemeat and feed him to the dogs." The 2 of them spoke one after another, completely disregarding Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This monster gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Furthermore, he hadn't sensed its existence at all. If not for the spiritual energy fluctuations from the last attack, he might not have been able to dodge in time. What's the origin of this monster? Hee, that thief definitely wants to know our identities. We just won't tell him. The demon sister giggled. "Little sister, stop messing around. I must let him know when he dies." The demon brother's face was insolent. "Thief, you dared to kill a disciple of my divine bird palace. Today I'll send you to hell. I'll pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, refine your soul, and seal you in hell forever." Divine Bird Palace? They're also disciples of the Divine Bird Palace? Lin Xian was shocked. However, when he thought of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird's strange combination of 3 heads, he was no longer surprised. There was no need to think. For such a monster to exist, it had to be the Divine Bird Palace. However, what shocked Lin Xian was that this 2-headed monster's cultivation was abnormally strong. It was far stronger than the demonic dove flame. Perhaps even Yi Linyan was not its opponent. This guy should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. I just don't know if this 2-headed monster has any other special abilities. Lin Xian guessed. "Thief, have you thought about how you're going to die?" The demon brother shouted. "Hee, big brother, you must preserve his head completely." The monster's sister laughed. "Humph, stop bragging. You're neither a man nor a woman. Show me what you've got." Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What did you say? You're courting death." The demon's sister screamed. "Wah, wah, wah, I'll tear you to pieces." The demon brother also crazily roared. They were brother and sister, twins that had inherited the pure bloodline of the 3-headed vermilion blood bird. Although they were strong, they were still monsters in the eyes of outsiders. Lin Xian's words had hit their sore spot. So the 2 of them were extremely irritable. "Brat, you're dead. No one in the world can save you." The demon brother crazily roared. A death scythe appeared in his hand with purple lightning dancing on top of it. The demon's sister took out a giant fan that was covered in azure light and contained the power of the wind. "I'll make your head into the most beautiful specimen." The demon's sister shouted. She waved the giant fan in her hand, and the power of the wind enveloped Lin Xian. The demon brother waved his death scythe. Suddenly, The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, as if it was a sea of lightning from hell. The violent power of the thunder and the cold power of the wind attacked at the same time. Like two energy storms, they quickly enveloped Lin Xian. The power was very terrifying. It was far from what geodemonic flame and the others could display. The demon brother and sister must be the top genius disciples of the divine bird palace. Lin Xian's face was solemn. His figure was like a phantom as he dodged at extreme speed. The two's cultivation was far above his, and they also had the concept of thunder and wind. They were stronger than him. Fortunately, he had comprehended the great success sword intent. Otherwise, there was no way he could fight this battle. Sword of Nirvana! A sword light flashed, and the power of death appeared as if it could destroy everything. The gray sword light dragon rushed into the wind and thunder energy and exploded with the terrifying power of Nirvana. Hey, what a strange energy! What sword technique is this? The demon sister was surprised. Chapter 530. Humph, your moves are exquisite, but your power is too weak. Break for me. The monster brother sneered disdainfully. Then he waved his death scythe, and an even more violent power of thunder and lightning, together with a huge scythe phantom, quickly slashed out. Ka ka ka! The Nirvana sword shattered under the bombardment, turning into bits and pieces and disappearing into the sky. Ha ha ha! The monster brother laughed. Little thief, go to hell! The scythe phantom was too powerful, instantly shattering the Nirvana sword. The monster brother's casual attack had already surpassed Yu Linyun's strongest move. On the other side, the monster sister waved the green fan in her hand, and the surrounding air condensed and then quickly cracked, like countless cracks on the surface of a mirror. For a moment, Lin Xian felt the surrounding space freeze, as if his body was about to be torn apart. He quickly used the concept of wind to resist the opponent's wind power. At the same time, he waved his sword again. Sword of Slaughter. This sword was also comprehended from the blood of a king. On the sword light, a scarlet blood light appeared, and a blood-colored sword aura surged out. The light was dazzling like blood and emitted a bloody aura, as well as a monstrous aura of slaughter. This was a sword of slaughter, and the violent spiritual energy instantly slashed towards the monster. Ka ka ka! Wherever the blood-colored sword aura passed, the space cracked, and the opponent's wind power was destroyed. Hee, this is interesting. The monster sister laughed, and the fan in her hand spun, and suddenly dozens of violent winds appeared, connecting heaven and earth, and swept towards Lin Xian. The ground cracked, and the mountain rocks collapsed. It was a terrifying scene. The two fought fiercely, and the energy was vast and terrifying, sweeping in all directions. However, they did not notice that there were 8 black stone steels buried in the ground around the bone palace. Now the violent energy fluctuations blasted the ground open, and the stone steels emitted a strange light. Suddenly, one of the stone steels was blasted away by the surging energy. The black stone steel that was blasted away had a smooth surface. It paused in the air for a moment and then quickly flew towards the ground. It was as if it wanted to suppress something. However, just as it approached the ground, a beam of energy suddenly rushed out from the ground, shattering the black stone steel. Lin Xian and the demon siblings did not notice this. They were still fighting fiercely. However, not long after, a terrifying aura gushed out from the ground. It was as if a peerless demon was about to be born. Lin Xian was shocked. His figure retreated rapidly, like a wisp of sword light, instantly arriving at a safe place. The demon siblings stopped in midair, their expressions grave and uneasy. They quickly looked around and locked onto the ground. Big brother, what's the aura this time? Why do I feel that it's even stronger than our holy bird? I don't know. Looking at the strange situation here, could there really be some terrifying existence suppressed below? For a moment they were bewildered. Lin Xian was also puzzled. This aura was too powerful. He felt that it had even surpassed a venerable one's aura. Kid, something's not right. I'm afraid there's a peerless monster below. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Don't act rashly. If there's a threat, use the devouring sword to escape. Lin Xian nodded and released his soul force to sense the surroundings. Big brother, do we still want to kill this little thief? The little sister asked. Kill. He's an enemy of our divine bird palace. If we don't kill him, we won't be able to sleep tonight. The demon brother's expression was ferocious. They observed for a while and found that although the underground aura was fierce, it couldn't come out immediately. They had absolute confidence that they could kill Lin Xian in one move. Little thief, I don't have time to play with you. Die. The demon brother waved his huge scythe, filling the sky with scythe phantoms. Like the summoning of the Grim Reaper, the death scythe was entwined with purple lightning. Its momentum was terrifying and incomparably violent. A scythe blade that was 100 feet long quickly slashed down from the void. The little monster sister also unleashed waves of sharp wind power. The combination of wind and lightning made the death scythe even more fierce, with an aura that could destroy everything. Countless tiny cracks appeared in the void, as if it couldn't withstand the power. Lin Xian didn't force his attack. He raised his speed to the limit and retreated at lightning speed. At the same time, he activated the concept of wind, reducing the spatial resistance to the minimum. A sword beam flashed under Lin Xian's feet. In an instant, his speed reached the limit. The huge death scythe slashed down, and another terrifying trench appeared in the ground. This attack sent another black steel flying. The huge death scythe was about to envelop Lin Xian. At this moment, an even more violent aura surged out from the ground. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had grabbed the death scythe and shattered the black steel that had been sent flying. Then the terrifying death scythe turned into a pure energy and sank into the ground. The ground trembled as countless cracks spread out in all directions. It was a shocking sight, as if it would split open at any moment. The remaining 6 steels emitted light, forming a huge starlight array that suppressed the area below. However, the array was badly damaged because 2 pieces were broken. Perhaps it was because of its age, but the light of the array formation flickered unsteadily. Roar! A deep roar came from the ground. It was dull and desolate with an endless aura. As soon as the sound came out, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the sky, dancing wildly. There were even bolts of lightning as thick as buckets that struck in all directions. What's this? Is there really a peerless beast coming out? The demon sister looked scared. Damn it, it's too strange. Let's retreat first. The demon brother did not dare to fight anymore. Little thief, consider yourself lucky. I'll spare your life for now. I'll definitely take your head another day. The demon's siblings rushed into the sky, wanting to leave. However, they did not go far before an invisible barrier bounced them back. How can this be? Ouch, it hurts. Why can't I go out? The demon's sister roared. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. From the situation just now, it seemed that the surroundings had been sealed. However, he did not know if it was because of the array or because of the demons below. However, he had the sword of devouring, so he was not too worried. On the other side, the demon siblings condensed the death scythe again and slashed at the void, trying to tear open the invisible shackles and escape this world. However, their attacks were futile. The bombardment did not remove any threat at all. Instead, their attacks turned into pure energy and sank into the ground. The demon siblings were shocked by this scene. A sense of fear enveloped their hearts. Damn it! They roared and looked at Lin Xian. Despicable little thief. It's all because of you that we fell into such danger. I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Lin Xian's face was gloomy as he snorted. I'm standing right here. Come at me if you have the ability. If you don't bite me like a mad dog. What did you say? You're courting death. We'll kill you right now. The demon's siblings roared crazily and turned into afterimages as they charged over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He held the wind shadow sword and released his large success sword intent, ready to charge out at any moment. Just as the battle was about to break out, the ground suddenly cracked open as a huge black shadow rushed into the sky like a pillar. Chapter 531. The surrounding air exploded, and large cracks appeared in the space as countless black holes flickered within. This terrifying momentum sent the demon's siblings flying in the sky. Lin Xian was also shocked. He used his movement technique to quickly dodge. At the same time, he waved his long sword and slashed the violent energy around him away. This aura was too terrifying. He did not plan to stay here any longer. At this moment, several extremely powerful auras suddenly came from afar and were rushing in this direction. In the next moment, 8 figures appeared in the sky. 8 figures stood in the sky. Lin Xian was shocked. He looked up and saw 8 people wearing beast skins. Their expressions were solemn, and their auras were powerful. Even the weakest one was stronger than the monster siblings. 2 of them had the most powerful auras. Lin Xian sensed that they were definitely not weaker than the supremacies he had seen before. Who are these people? There are actually 2 supremacies. Lin Xian was astonished. Judging from the monster siblings' expressions, these people were definitely not from the 3 forces. There was only one possibility, and that was that they were natives of the Lost Lands. There were actually supremacies in the Lost Lands. Lin Xian did not dare to imagine it. The 8 figures in the sky looked at the cracked ground and the pillar-like black shadow with solemn expressions. One of the old men stretched out his palm and grabbed downwards, instantly breaking the invisible barrier. The 8 figures quickly descended and appeared in front of Lin Xian. Brats from the outside world, how dare you break the secondary ceiling steels? One of the young men in beast clothing shouted coldly. As for the others, they quickly scouted out the situation. Oh no, the 2 ceiling steels have disappeared. Someone exclaimed. What? The old man in the lead was shocked. Quickly set up the formation. We must suppress the monsters below. You 2 dare to break the seal of the steels. You're courting death. The young man in beast clothing had a cold expression. He quickly attacked, and 2 light palms blasted towards Lin Xian and the monster siblings. Lin Yuxuan quickly dodged and narrowly avoided the huge light palms. The monster siblings were even more furious. They were geniuses and had never been scolded like this before. Now, there was actually someone who was disrespectful to them. This was simply more detestable than that little thief. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them wielded huge scythes and hacked apart the palm of light, quickly rushing over. Unexpectedly, the beast-robed young man snorted coldly and pointed his finger at the scythe phantom in the sky. Then, the finger beam blasted the demon's siblings away. Lin Xian was astonished. This youth was too powerful. He had sent the demon's cultivation flying with a single move. It has to be said that the monster siblings were both at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. The 2 of them together were extremely powerful, but now he was defeated with a single move. Then the beast-clothed young man looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Those who destroy the sealing steel die. As he pointed out with his finger, the space around him trembled as a gigantic finger beam spun rapidly, arriving before Lin Xian in an instant. It was too fast, so fast that Lin Xian had no time to react. At the critical moment, he used the sword of devouring to devour his body and disappeared. Using the sword of devouring consumed soul power, and the longer the distance, the more soul power it consumed. Lin Xian could easily cover a distance of 10 feet. 10 feet away, she appeared with a trace of anger in her eyes. He didn't know what the sealing steel was, and the other party didn't explain anything. He actually tried to kill him as soon as he came up, which made him furious. he actually dodged it. The beast-clothed young man was surprised, and then a trace of anger appeared on his face. It was a bit surprising that an ant could actually dodge his attack. He raised his finger and wanted to attack again. At this moment, the leading old man suddenly shouted, "Sir Kuen, what are you doing? Hurry up and set up the array. If that ferocious beast escapes, everyone will die." Hearing this, the beast-clothed young man's face changed. He looked coldly at Lin Xian, then quickly moved to the front of a black steel. "Kid, consider yourself lucky. I'll spare your life this time. However, since you dared to destroy the steel, I'll take your life sooner or later." A voice filled with killing intent echoed in Lin Xian's ears. At this moment, the 8 natives of the Lost Lands quickly released their spirit energy and injected it into the steel. A huge astral light array was formed with a monstrous aura that suppressed the area below. Lin Xian frowned. It wasn't a good thing to be targeted by such a powerful warrior. Furthermore, the other party seemed determined to kill him. It didn't feel good to have his fate controlled by others. Only by obtaining the great dragon sword could he escape this situation. With this thought in mind, he retreated to the side and secretly observed his surroundings. On Whitebone Mountain, there was a huge palace surrounded by black lightning. Ordinary warriors couldn't approach it at all. According to Lord Alcohol's judgment, even a Supremacy Realm warrior couldn't break through the black lightning. Lin Xian could use the Sword of Devouring to enter, but it consumed too much of his soul power. He would be in a weakened state if he entered. Such a place was definitely not safe. If he were to encounter danger in his weakened state, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be courting death if he entered. Therefore, he was waiting for an opportunity. The ground cracked as a black shadow that resembled a heavenly pillar danced in all directions, resisting the new array formation formed by the 8 warriors. Only then did Lin Xian realize that the huge black shadow was actually a tail. However, the tail was too terrifying. It was 1,000 feet long and covered in scales. Each scale was the size of a house. They shone brightly and were filled with terrifying power. The tail rumbled as it struck the astral light array every time. If not for the strange energy emitted by the black steel, the 8 warriors wouldn't have been able to resist the huge tail. Even with the black steel suppression, the 8 of them still found it difficult. The 1,000-foot-long tail struck the astral light array and was sent flying by the impact. It fell in the direction of the mysterious palace. Boom! 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 The 1,000-foot-long tail struck the mysterious palace. The surrounding black lightning immediately formed a terrifying lightning force that enveloped it. Crackle! A deep roar suddenly sounded from below. Clearly, the black lightning force was unbearable for the ferocious beast. Then the 1,000-foot-long tail slashed toward the black lightning like a heavenly knife. The collision of the two caused an earth-shaking boom. The entire mountain range trembled and countless mountains exploded into gravel. The shocking thing was that the 1,000-foot-long tail tore a crack in the black lightning. This scene immediately shocked the 8 indigenous warriors. They knew how terrifying the black lightning was. Once, there was a martial venerable in their tribe who wanted to enter the lost shrine. In the end, he was struck by the black lightning and nothing was left. Since then, no one dared to have any ideas about the palace. Instead, they followed the ancient will and guarded the Whitebone Mountain to suppress the demonic creatures below. However, they didn't expect the demon below the Whitebone Mountain to be able to split the black lightning. Needless to say, the peerless demon's cultivation must have surpassed the martial, venerable realm. If it came out, it would definitely be a disaster for the entire lost place. Therefore, they had to suppress it. In the distance, Lin Xian's heart beat wildly when he saw the gap. This was definitely a good opportunity for him to enter the mysterious palace.